Hello there, everybody. I'm SaSeshen. Welcome to the channel. Seems like we get to do an ad break right at the beginning of the stream. I don't understand that, but it's a good thing I choose to do my intros for a few minutes, so we're not missing anything important. So we'll go ahead and let that ad run, and then we will get into our topics. Our topics today are more or less going to be the same. I know we had a lot of good conversations yesterday, and honestly, we kind of had to rush through them. 3 hours simply did not seem like enough. Not sure why there's yet another ad. I thought we just are running one. I don't know. I'm still learning about Twitch and how it decides to do its thing. If I could turn off ads, trust me, I would. I definitely don't want to shoehorn you into subscribing just to avoid ads. I think that's stupid. And I think Twitch does not seem to realize that ads deter viewers in the first place and hinders growth, and it hinders the platform far more than like the subs or anything else. Taking their grubby little hands into our pockets and taking half of our subs should be generating quite a lot of money, and it would probably generate even more money if people didn't have to click through ads just to avoid them. But it looks like they're running, so we got 30 more seconds. Today, like I said, we're going to go over a lot of the same stuff. We're going to go over the political drama that has been going on across the world and here at home. The Israeli defense minister resigning, U.S. bombs being validated or being verified by the U.S. defense as being used in the slayings of Palestinian children and innocents during that school bombing a few days ago. We might touch again on Breonna Joy Gray being fired from the Hill. Once again, a leftist, outspoken voice on behalf of Palestine being literally pushed aside is never a good thing. Hello, Oshun. How's it going? But we will also be talking about other things too. The economy is always an easy one to talk about. Probably some of the don't get caught being swindled by the influencers and so on and so forth. And then just in general, the housing crisis and how it impacts people, including myself, and how there is a greater need to elect people and participate in the electoral process, to vote for people and push for legislation that actually protects homeowners, tenants, and so on and so forth. So I think we're finally done with these damn ads. I think we can get to the stream now. So I'd like to do a quick shout out. The True Steel followed us towards the end of the stream. We didn't get to see the Chocobo show up, but still, thank you. I appreciate that. And yeah, let's get to it.
Guests now. And from Pemba in Mozambique, Damien Lilly, former head of the Protection Division at UNRWA, the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees. Ara Damon is the founder of INARA, that's the International Network for Aid, Relief and Assistance. She was in Gaza in April, but joins us today from Istanbul. And Gideon Levy is an author and columnist at the Israeli daily paper Haaretz and joins us from London. Great to have you all on the programme today. Ara, this war has been called a war on children, a war against children. What is your reaction to Israel being added to this blacklist of countries that harms children?
Well, in the context of this very much being called a war on children, and right from the get-go, it must be said, it is not entirely surprising, although highly unlikely to make any sort of a difference. And when we talk about this being a war on children...
So Arwa Damon herself just said that from October 7th onward, Israel's response has been a war on children. And say what you will. Say what you will about Israel. Say what you will about Palestine. Say what you will about conflict in general. There should be one line that we just agree collectively, no matter who's the good guy, who's the bad guy, who threw the first stone. I would think we could all collectively agree that deliberately targeting children or having disproportionate children casualties should be not just frowned upon, but should be disparaged and should be punished accordingly. And that if a country were to continue along that path, that there should be repercussions, not just being put on a report, but genuine repercussions, sanctions, lack of trade access, being ostracized from the international community, things along those lines should be the standard. And for the most part, it is up until recently with Israel. And that is what we're discussing here. And that's a lot of the conversation that's been happening is even in the West, people are saying, well, Hamas should have given up already, and then those kids wouldn't have died. But that's missing the point. Those kids wouldn't have died if Israel hadn't given the orders to commit attacks against Palestinians where there was a high concentration of children. And that's the point that needs to be made. It's easier to say that Hamas is at fault, but it's just as easy to say that Israel issued the orders. And that's the bottom line. And again, as president, this is not something that I would abide. I would not stand by and let this happen. I wouldn't stand by if it happened on our side. If one of our generals, one of our commanders issued an order or an attack that resulted in 600 casualties and 200 fatalities, where a majority of those were children, that officer would be court-martialed, summarily charged, and then sent straight to Leavenworth or whatever military prison requisite to their branch and their crime. Because that is unacceptable. It's intolerable. And I would never issue such an order, and I would never allow such an order to be issued under my watch. And therefore, if such an order were to be issued, the highest measures must be taken to punish that activity. Okay, yeah, so that's what we're talking about.
And we are talking about it not just in terms of the physical sense, in terms of the sheer number and scale and volume of children who are being killed and injured, but also in the sense that every single pillar of stability that exists in a child's life has been completely and entirely eradicated. To steal away a child's capacity to be able to even remotely feel safe is deeply traumatic. And then to have these constant daily triggers and traumas that are just reoccurring, compounding pain, compounding fear, compounding hunger, compounding even the most basic thing like the ability to, go to the bathroom or be able to, turn around and know that your parent is going to be there to be able to reassure you. I don't really think that we have a full ability to understand just how deeply devastating this is on a child's psyche.
Well, we will revisit the impact of this war on children inside Gaza a little later in the discussion. First of all, Gideon, I want to get an idea of how Israelis have reacted to this decision, this leaked decision by the UN.
I mean, what else can you really say? If we want to call ourselves the freedom-fighting, land of the free, home of the brave, all this other stuff, right? If we want to say America is the #1 country in the world, and we don't give a damn about the literal trauma that is being inflicted upon the children of a generation of Palestinians who are now all refugees in their own home, in their own land. In Gaza, they are now refugees. And the repercussions of an entire generation being raised in that status, under those conditions, under those circumstances, and the ramifications that will have for the next 20, 30, 40, 50, or even 60 years is troubling. And we need to start truly paying attention to the human pain that is being being suffered out there. The words escape me, and maybe we shouldn't be talking about this for too terribly much longer, but I want to make sure that a specific amount of this stream is dedicated to highlighting that what's happening over there is not okay, it's not normal, and it doesn't need to be. And that the United States of America, the president, has the power to put an end to it like that. And as president, that's exactly what I would do. So let's listen to a little bit more, and then we'll move on to a different topic.
And the Israeli ambassador to the UN.
Israelis like Israelis, accusing the entire world and not looking upon themselves, not taking any accountability. This society, unfortunately, lives in such a denial and brainwash that nothing can penetrate it. And immediately you hear the attacks on the world, not only by the ambassador or the prime minister who claim that Israel has the most moral army in the world. I can't think about a sadder joke than this in those days, especially. But it's not only about them, it's about the general feeling in Israeli society that whatever we do is justified, that we have the right to do whatever we want after the atrocities of the 7th of October, and that nobody can stop us.
And there you have it. I don't know why this isn't transitioning. There we go. Case in point, Israel thinks they're above the law. Israelis in general think they're above the law. The administration thinks they're above the law. And that's been the historical context for the past 70 years, ever since Israel became a state. That is exactly what they have done. Whatever they wanted, however they wanted, whenever they wanted. And this cannot continue. That is literally the definition of a rogue state. And remember, folks, Israel has attacked the United States in the past. And our president at the time had to forgive Israel and accept the excuse that it was friendly fire. Now, again, Israel is an ally in the strictest sense of the word, but so was Saudi Arabia, and they dropped the petrodollar. So if our allies in the Middle East are betraying us or leaving us behind or violating that trust, then why are we having these alliances and these relationships in the first place? Now, does that mean we need to be aggressive with Middle Eastern countries? Absolutely not. Does it mean we need to, give Saudi Arabia the middle finger for giving us the middle finger? Absolutely not. It means we need to do the adult thing and look at why are these relationships fraying at the edges. What are we doing as a country? What is our policies impact to these relationships, and what can we do better? That is the difference between empire and colonialism and manifest destiny and whatever other nonsense we've been doing for the past century, and leadership, which is exactly what we need in this country. Now, moving on from that, there is some interesting breaking news. This is being mentioned on all of the major news networks, so this isn't just Fox News or MSNBC. This is CNN, the Associated Press. We've got Pac-Man, and we got a bunch of other people here too, all corroborating on this story, which is that Hunter Biden has also been found guilty on all counts of his charges.
But
the difference
Paula Reed
being,
just walked outside.
and we'll get
court.
into that. The difference being that with the Hunter Biden case, these are federal charges. Now, Joe Biden as president, i.e. leader of the federal executive branch, right? That's his jurisdiction. He could theoretically pardon his son, although he has publicly stated otherwise. It will be interesting to see in the days and the weeks and the months ahead, especially during a presidential election year, what happens with Hunter Biden now that he has been convicted. So let's find out more.
She's joining us right now from Wilmington, Delaware. What's the latest you're hearing, Paula?
Well, the jury has found Hunter Biden, the president's son, guilty on all three counts in this case after 3 hours of deliberation. Count 1 is a false statement in the purchase of a firearm. Count 2 is false statement related to information required to be kept by a federal firearms license dealer. Count 3 is possession of a firearm by a person who is an unlawful user or addicted to a controlled substance. So he has been found guilty on all three counts. Now, the jury here is comprised of 6 men and 6 women. It is a majority black jury. This is day 7 of this historic trial. This is the first time.
I think that is worth mentioning. Honestly, normally I would be against the identity politics. Be like, okay, why does it matter that the jury was predominantly black? Because when black people are charged predominantly in our criminal justice system with similar or even lesser crimes, they get the entire book thrown at them because the jury is comprised of mostly white people. And even if it isn't the majority black, that's my point. Even if it is majority black, 7 out of 12 jurors, this could be substantial anyway, because this would really be comeuppance. It's like, okay, so rich white boy with powerful daddy broketh the law, we're going to make sure you're held accountable. And that's one of the things that our criminal justice system kind of does well and kind of doesn't do well. For one, when it counts, it fails miserably. But when it can be construed during an appeal process, like, well, Your Honor, of course, a majority black jury was going to find my client a powerful, successful white male guilty of criminal charges because of reasons, right? But let's talk about that a little further. Why is it that there are no women on rape cases or sexual assault cases? It's because an overwhelming majority of women cannot be unbiased in those cases because an overwhelming number of women have suffered similar events to those cases. So it's very interesting to me that the jury was predominantly black and found him guilty. Not that he wasn't guilty, and I'm sure that the evidence supports it. It's just that is going to be part of the discussion now because identity politics and whataboutisms and finger pointing. So let's go back to what she has to say.
That the child of a sitting president has faced a criminal prosecution. This is the first of 2 criminal trials that he will face after a plea deal that he negotiated fell apart. Now, over the past 7 days, he has enjoyed enormous support from his family, including his stepmother, the First Lady of the United States, who has been here for many days during this trial, other family members, friends of the family, clergy members. He has had dozens of people here showing support for him. And it was notable yesterday that at the beginning of the prosecutor's closing argument, they pointed to the gallery where the First Lady has been sitting and said, those people, they don't matter. What matters here is the evidence. And here, the jury believes that the prosecution proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Hunter Biden was guilty of all 3 of these crimes. Now,
and there you have it. That's the other thing, right? There was a lot of worry that Hunter Biden would be not found guilty, and that would just give fuel to the MAGA side of the House to say, see, look, they're only going after Trump because they're afraid of him or XYZ. The thing is, I don't give a damn what side of the aisle you are. If you're breaking the law, especially that egregiously, then that's what the law is there for. Do I agree that all laws that exist are moral or ethical laws? No, I don't. Do I think a lot of the punishments for the crimes are equitable? Absolutely not. And I think a lot of them are slanted against minority groups and disadvantaged groups. For instance, how is it illegal to sleep in a public space at all? Period. Dot. End of story. Like, I don't even care if you're homeless or not. How is that illegal? How is that a crime? How is occupying any public space a crime? And why is it that protesting can be arrested and brutally beat down by officers, but the officer themselves isn't guilty of violating the First Amendment, right? There's plenty of laws, plenty of enforcement of laws that clearly doesn't make sense in our country. But drug use, guns, and falsifying information, those are pretty cut and dry. Those are very cut and dry. And I'm glad that Hunter Biden was found guilty. Now we have a guilty Democrat and a guilty Republican, both powerful white men with powerful connections. So hopefully, at least with regards to the trials, those conversations can be a little bit more productive, perhaps, or at least take a little wind out of the sails of the look at them and the elites doing something else, because now we have seen evidence that the criminal justice system is even-handed when it comes to the powerful. Now, on that subject, there was another good article here, or video, I should say. I could have sworn. Okay. I guess I missed it, but that's okay. we do have some other breaking news to check out, which is really good. Apparently, the UN has actually adopted a ceasefire proposal, which is very important because, well, for the obvious reasons. So we're going to go ahead and watch this now.
Introducing Digisert Trust Life.
Ads. I have a lot to say about ads. I don't know if you figured that out yet.
U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken landed in Jordan today after meeting with the families of hostages taken by Hamas during the October 7th attack in southern Israel. And this comes as the UN Security Council voted to overwhelmingly support a three-phase ceasefire proposal outlined by President Biden. It aims to bring the months-long conflict to an end. Hamas said it welcomed the move, something Secretary Blinken called, quote, a hopeful sign. So for the latest on these developments in the Middle East, let's go to John Donison with our partners at the BBC. So this seems like it's a positive shift. Secretary of State Blinken is back in the region. What's on his agenda this time around?
Well, he's back in the region for the 8th time since the war broke out between Israel and Hamas. And on the agenda this time is pushing for that ceasefire deal to come through. But the deal is not there yet, I don't think. And although we have had comments from Hamas today, Hamas leaders outside of Gaza, saying they welcome this UN Security Council resolution, they did so saying there were caveats. They still want a complete withdrawal of Israeli forces from Gaza, and they still want a permanent ceasefire. And frankly, those are two things that the Israeli government has not signed up to.
Which goes back to, I mean, those are perfectly reasonable demands. Again, Israel is the occupying country in Palestine. They are the aggressors. They are not in the right. They are not defending themselves from a displaced people that don't even have a standing military. They never did have a standing military in the past 70 years, possibly even longer than that. I'm not as familiar with Palestinian history. The point being, this was never a war. This was always a one-sided conflict. And the fact that Israel is still hesitant to agree to leaving Gaza alone and removing the troops is kind of insane. Don't tell them that. Yeah, well, they don't want to hear it and they don't want to believe it or listen to it regardless, right? So we can say it until the cows come home, right? But evidently that's where we're at. I wanted to see, I thought there was, I clicked on the news and I'm barely getting a page's worth of news coming out from YouTube, so that's kind of awkward. But yeah, exactly. Your congresswoman kicked and blocked your phone and email. And actually, no, that's a good segue. Kicked you out of her office. That's impressive, bro. Who's your congresswoman, if I may ask? You don't have to tell me where you live, per se. Just, who's the congresswoman so that we can all share in the revelry. I'll give you a second. I know there's like a delay. Gwen Moore. All right. So people like Gwen Moore get elected to Congress to represent people like the True Steel and myself and you guys watching now or later on, right? Congress people are supposed to represent their districts, the needs of the people. That was the idea when the Constitution was written, is that there would be an executive branch, a legislative branch, and a judicial branch, except they would all be equal and they'd have a separation of powers. The judiciary, obviously, talking about whether or not laws were enforceable and constitutional in the first place, holding both the legislation and executive branch in check. However, the legislative branch was split into two. One to represent the states' rights and will and desires and whatever. And the Congress was supposed to represent the will of the people, the needs of the people, the layman, the average person. So the power of the state represented by senators, the power of the people represented by Congress people. Pop culture G-Dove, I think is what that said. I'm gonna have to move that bird somewhere else. In fact, but yeah, to that end, let me make sure I do that now, or I'll forget. Where's a good spot for it, you think? Probably put it right here in the corner. There we go. Maybe. We'll see. In either case, we have these elected leaders who will throw their constituency out of their office for having the audacity to tell them to their face that what they are doing is wrong and they are not representing the will of their district, which goes back to several other things. One, the overwhelming majority of legislation that is passed in our country has nothing to do with popular demand, appeal, desire, interest, what have you. It has nothing to do with the will of the people. And as president, I find that reprehensible. And why is that the case? Why is the vast majority of legislation that is passed, and I do mean at the county, state, and federal levels, including a majority of local levels as well, why is that? The answer is quite simple. Money. Money in politics. Because of Citizens United, money became free speech. And who needs that kind of free speech? Politicians. Because now that we don't have public elections, which we never did to begin with, it is harder and less accessible for somebody without means to be heard and to be seen. And so now when you have the money and the ability to be heard and to be seen, you can now get the interests from private areas to support you as well in the form of donations, i.e. lobbying, i.e. bribery. Oh, I'm sorry. Lobbying is the word that we like to use now. But it amounts to the same exact thing. If, a congressperson, a mayor, a state representative, or a governor gets $50,000 worth of donations from, say, Raytheon, and then all of a sudden they change their vote to do something that Raytheon wanted, is that not the same thing as bribery, if not extortion or any of the other words that could describe corruption? We need to hold that accountable. And as president, I do believe I would have the authority with the executive order to make receiving private donations from industries with lobbying interests illegal. I'm glad other protesters ruined her birthday. That's what it's about. And honestly, protesting is one of the most powerful tools that we have at our disposal, in our tool belt, if you will. And I obviously, you can't, quit your job and just spend all your time protesting. Like, you still got to take care of yourself. And don't get arrested if you can't afford to get arrested. But that brings up the conversation. Why is there a risk of getting arrested for protesting your government, which is a protected right? And why are protests dangerous places to bring your children to when protests are supposed to be protected by the government as a First Amendment right? Who makes them dangerous? The people? More often than not, it's not the people. More often than not, it's bad actors who tend to be undercover police officers who stir up the protesters to try and get them to act violently or out of, their normal, calm, peaceful protesting activities. And what do these police officers do? Do they try and arrest people through, actual conversation, like, sorry, you're breaking the law, you need to come with us? No, they use medieval tactics with their shields and their batons, trying to intimidate and threaten protesters into submission. That's why protests are violent. That is why they are dangerous. And that is why they are not safe places for your children. But if we teach our children that we are being oppressed by our government, which is the whole reason why the country exists in the first place, because we were trying to flee tyranny from England, then maybe, just maybe, those kids will grow up to run for office, to get their friends together to successfully run for office and get into positions of power and authority to hold these people criminally accountable for violating people's rights. So that was a slight tangent. And I am seeing a spicy piece of video that we can watch, actually. And it has to do with John Fetterman. Actually, I'll stay on this one for a second. Oh, pop culture geek love. What infuriates me as much as what you're saying about money in politics is that politicians tell us they need money to fight insults. When they have a wide mass audience, they can get their message out without the use of money. They can even go door to door, but they tell us to give them money or else we lose. And that actually it goes to another interesting topic, which is we are the most propagandized country on the planet right now. Yes, more so than North Korea. And arguably, people like to say China and Russia are propagandized, and maybe they are, but we are more so. I saw a very interesting clip talking about what would AI do if they wanted to take over a country. And it basically said, I'll list it out. He said, I would rise to power by being the contender against, being the not them, by being the outcast, the black horse. I would be loud and vocal. I would build a network of followers and supporters around that message. I would continue to disrupt and destabilize and just be ungovernable with that group and organization until we amass power. I would continue to mask that power by spreading fear and misinformation that they must trust in us, that the people need to rely on us, that the government is out to get them. Once I start getting power, I would start destabilizing different institutions to prove that the government is out to get them and that they cannot govern well. I would then spread more misinformation and fear by and then on top of that, distract the population by increasing access to entertainment, but making it harder and harder to survive, making it harder and harder to afford necessities, while simultaneously making those necessities like education and healthcare less accessible, less quality product, giving more excuses to privatize it and take it out of the hands of the government, while simultaneously consolidating power, and doing this over and over and over again until people don't even think twice about the situation that they're in. Does that sound familiar? And if you're thinking, well, I mean, I think I saw a movie like that. Or maybe that's how the Roman Empire fell. Or, yeah, I think that's what they were doing in Russia. That's literally what's happening here in America today. Right now, that is exactly what's happening. It's the reason why rent is skyrocketing. It's the reason why the cost of goods are skyrocketing without the government doing anything about it. It's the reason why voter disenfranchisement is the highest it's ever been. Public dissatisfaction with the government is the highest it's ever been. But activism and voting or running for office is the lowest it's ever been. It's because we constantly get distracted. We constantly get pushed down. And that is deliberately by design. So when you have people like John Fetterman, who were progressive, superstars in Pennsylvania, saying, I'm going to fight for this, I'm going to do that, and we're going to have a fight for the people, and then turns right around and does the exact opposite and becomes an Israeli bootlicker, yeah, people are going to be upset about that. So let's hear some more about that. The true steal before we get started. Then watering down radical figures like MLK and James Baldwin. Billy Porter is trying to make a James Baldwin BIPOC without the ideas of freedom and liberation in them. Exactly. You have the leaders in history that were vilified, who were held with great disdain during the time that they were active, right? MLK was public enemy number one for about 10 years until his assassination. And then only after the riots was the Civil Rights Act passed. Then 20 or 30 years later, everybody was like, oh, MLK, he was such a great, upstanding American. We're glad we had him. We're going to celebrate his contributions to society. When those self-same people would have been the same people throwing sticks and stones at MLK and the other marchers. So history loves to rewrite itself, to venerate the past with, gold-tinted lenses, I guess, while simultaneously repeating or recreating the atrocities of the past in the present. So let's get into this with John Fetterman here.
John Fetterman said that his dramatic departure from progressivism and steadfast support for Israel are related to his many health issues, which I kind of suspected that, but let me go on. Mar asked Fetterman,
why on earth would medical issues cause you to betray your quote-unquote strongly held beliefs and moral code? I could have terminal cancer tomorrow and 10 days left to live, and I would still fight against Israel committing genocide against Palestine. I would still fight for universal health care and education. I would still fight for accountability in government. Why on earth would being sick in any way, form, or fashion change my views? Bob Marley movie was a flop, and we have Lady Demon Vu. Demon Vu. I don't know if I said that right. Lurking. I guess I should have a lurk command, but I don't know what to... Again, I'm new to this, so cut me a little bit of slack, but welcome to the stream. Glad you guys can make it. We're breaking down how is it that somebody who was so left-leaning and so popular and is the reason why they are now serving a 6-year term in the United States Senate could so dramatically betray the people who put them into office in the first place.
If his 2022 stroke and challenges with mental health have given him, well, the way he worded it was a sense of freedom. And he said, absolutely, there's a line from the first Batman where Joker's like, I've been dead once already. It's very liberating. It's freeing in a way. And I just think after beating all of that, I just really want to be able to say the things that I have to really believe in and not be afraid of if there's any kind of blowback. Okay, so look, I'm in favor of people actually saying what they mean, not.
Are we finding some freedom in Costco, or are we taking care of ourselves? Because I actually have a grocery run to do probably tomorrow or the day after, unfortunately. But on this topic, so please answer that. But what he just said, now that I have faced death and survived, now that a country is committing genocide, creating mass death for a victim country that doesn't have its own government, well, has its own government, but it doesn't have its own military or control over its own natural resources or utilities, now all of a sudden their lives don't matter because an epiphany after coming that close to death? That doesn't make sense. One would think after having a brush with death, you would be more empathic. You would be more vocal, more outspoken against corruption and suffering than in support of it. So anyway, carrying back on. Man, this transition just does not like happening.
Holding back, revealing who they really are. It would have been nice if Fetterman did that as he was campaigning, and he did campaign as a progressive. He was able to rally progressive voters to support him in his Senate race. That was the correct time to really speak your mind. But doing it after you win your election and basically, I mean, just trashing the very people who helped you get elected, not really something I can get behind. Marlon asked him to explain what he meant when he said last year that he's not a progressive, I'm just a regular Democrat. And here's what he said about that. I didn't leave the label, it left me on that. Okay, after what happened on October 7th, I really knew that whole progressive stack would be blasted apart and there would not be any kind of way how the Democrats are going to be able to respond to that. Okay, so he's still having a little bit of difficulty speaking. I'm not making fun of him for that. It is a symptom of the stroke that he suffered, so bear with me as I try to read his statements. But look, Waz, to be honest, after October 7th and before Israel ramped up its war in Gaza, there were some comments that really bothered me, right? I do think that you should acknowledge the humanity of Israeli civilians. And I feel like some on the far left were dismissive of that, and it made me uncomfortable. But to then just latch onto that and totally dehumanize Palestinian civilians, I mean, it's amazing to me. He's totally fine with treating Palestinians as if their lives don't matter at all. And just hyper focusing on the small, loud group of far left people who, immediately started talking about how bad Israel is after Hamas carried out those attacks.
I keep wanting to say popular culture. Sorry. It blows my mind, going back to your point about civil rights and MLK Jr., that it was Richard Nixon who tried to get at least one civil rights leader, might have been Jr. himself, out of prison, at least by talking to Eisenhower about it. Eisenhower said no. Kennedy swooped in, and then, years later, Nixon was a much different person in the late 1960s. And honestly, I didn't know that. That's the first I'm hearing of it. And honestly, I've tried saying in the past that I'm an Eisenhower Republican, an FDR Democrat or whatever, trying to kind of convey that my political leanings are populist and that they are more in the classical sense of what we consider conservative and liberal ideology. But we keep putting up the chart that actually has the Orwellian graph. I forget now what it's called. Brain fart, I guess. I'll blame the TISM or something. But seeing that Nixon was actually trying to advocate for MLK Jr. during the civil rights movement, to then know historically that he would then commit damn near treason, right? Scandal of the century with Watergate is shocking. And what's worse is that there is a radicalization pipeline in this country that's been around obviously since way back then, but also in the present. There are many, many people who in 2017, 2016, 2015 were as far left-leaning pro-Bernie people as you could get, save the trees, hug the dolphins, kiss the babies, end war, peace, love, unicorns for everybody. And then 2 years ago, 1 year ago, started coming out as Nazi sympathizers or becoming pro-MAGA or becoming some other extreme alt-right mindset, which is shocking because how could you have supported Bernie Sanders, who admittedly is more of a centrist on the scale than anything else, but then go to the alt-right extremism? Typically, if you're center left, you tend to go more left. That's what you should do. But some of these people were talking about, we should have communes, we should, dismantle the administration and just use public funding to fund everything and just have people administer all over the different programs and then just, be part of a community role, get rid of the economy and all that. This far left to, we need authoritarian dictatorships. Nazis aren't so bad. And Israel can do no wrong. That's insane to me. That is absolutely insane to me. The MAGA communists, exactly. And it's not just the left. I mean, again, there were perfectly normal people who were in the middle, who were, leaning one way or the other. They're like, I'm disgusted with this Trump and this Bernie. Can't we just have a normal politician like Obama or something? And that's who voted for Hillary. And then now they're either frothing at the mouth MAGA or frothing at the mouth, Joe Biden, which is actually right here, MAGA and then Biden, not realizing that they're basically two halves of the same coin. And it's just frustrating. And the question is, why is the country so polarized? And why are people so susceptible to being polarized in the first place? And the simplest answer, the answer that nobody's going to really want to hear, especially not on this channel, is that is what is in the news. If you are constantly bombarded with a specific type and format of information that is constantly spitting out the same type of information, you will internalize that information and handle and intake what that kind of information is delivered. It's one of the reasons why I'm trying to do this stream being calm, being a president, trying to provide answers and solutions, not just bringing up the problems. Because again, I could be like, these sons of bitches, all they want to do is talk about MAGA, 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 or Biden, Biden, Biden. And oh my God, if you could just shut up, pay attention, pay your taxes, go to the voting booths and just vote for somebody, we could fix these problems. And maybe I would generate a few more followers by doing that. But there's enough of that. There's enough of that insanity going on. And what does that really do? What does that really prove? That I can go crazy for 3 hours or 10 hours? Does that actually provide nuance? Right? Again, I waste my time just as much as everybody else on the internet. And I'm going through the reels and they are addictive. And I realize that it's even more susceptible for somebody with ADD or autism or whatever, because we are so easily stimulated. And we need to be stimulated, otherwise our brains get stimulated regardless. So having an outside stimulation makes our brain shut up for 5 seconds, and we can actually have some calm, right? That's probably why a lot of us are thrill seekers and do crazy things like, challenge authority and not care if we get fired or not care if we have to drain a third of our savings to leave a shitty living situation, right? Normal people, quote unquote, would never do such a thing. They'll be like, okay, I guess this is what we're dealing with now, right? but to the point of the news, right? The reels and their addictive nature. You come across some stuff, right? Pretty girl dancing, comics, science, comic science. Ooh, cars, neat, sports. And then you get the politics. But what politics do you usually get? Do you usually get nuanced conversation? Do you see Bernie Sanders addressing Congress, or Senate rather? Do you see the oldest, most boring senator to have ever existed on Earth going, today we're going to talk about the environment and how much I hate the environment and we need more oil because I have investments in oil and my state has oil interests? No, you don't see that. What you see is Ben Shapiro doing a gotcha against a college kid asking a very good question. Specifically, the question was, why is it that the worker gets treated so much worse than the employer when it is the worker who allows the employer to exist? And Ben Shapiro's like, well, it's because the employer takes on all the risk. They invested all the capital. The investors invested all the capital. They were the ones that bought the machines, the lease, the land. They're the ones that have to comply with the laws and the regulations and make sure things happen. And if the business goes down, they're the ones liable for all the losses, whereas you're just out of a job. And it's like, that is the most disingenuous nonsense. But the way he dropped it, he said, and you'd be an idiot to think otherwise. And the whole class, the whole college course, the whole college classroom, colleges being notoriously left-leaning, right? Because being exposed to other ideas somehow makes you more empathetic or something crazy, right? That entire college classroom gave Ben the big O, right? The big clappy clap clap. But in reality, he's wrong. The business owner happens to have money. Yes, how did they acquire that money? 99% of the time, inheritance. And even if they were one of the few that actually made their money through hard work and effort, guess what? You still couldn't get to a place of hiring somebody unless you did enough work to get to a point where you needed to hire somebody. And then that person hiring you facilitated your idea, product, or service to go to that next level. But without them, you would still be stuck spinning your wheels, being overwhelmed, or not having the resources, the knowledge, the education, the whatever, to get ahead. And that would have been just as much of a mic drop gotcha. Scott, where are you? I don't know who Scott is. I was told vote Hillary or else we lose. I was very hesitant to cast that vote, and I kept saying it really wouldn't matter, but I said, fine, have it your way. It did give me the time to actually gather my thoughts on observing that as much as they say third-party votes are a wasted vote, voting the duopoly and Hillary Joe Donnie is a wasted vote that if you go against your beliefs to satisfy them, they still get a state like New York, Mississippi, etc. Oh, maybe referring to me. Wait, do we know each other? I don't know. That's interesting, because I would never have guessed that Pop Culture Geek Love would have been a Scot at all. But to your point, right? The front runners are a 34-time convicted felon and somebody whose faculties are being questioned by their own party and a dynasty implant, whereas the next runner-up is Jill Stein from the Green Party, and the Green Party has arguably no legislative power or influence anywhere in the country. And so the question is, we have third parties. We don't need to make another third party. We have them. Libertarians are still a third party. The Socialist Party is a party. The Communist Party is a party, right? We have third parties. What we don't have is influential third parties. And so what's another interesting statistic? Not vote is the highest voting bloc in America, meaning that the not voter, like the people who just don't vote, would collectively have more votes than the Republicans and the Democrats combined. Meaning, if you could earn their votes as an independent, a Green Party, a Libertarian, Socialist, Communist, Pink Pony Party, and then whatever the wizard dude from Idaho is, whatever his party is, if any of those individual organizations could earn that 50% of the vote that doesn't vote, they would win in a landslide. And they would dominate. It would not be a question of if they would dominate or if they would win. It would be an unquestioning fact that they would win. And they would win handily. So when I talk about engagement, I don't mean just vote. I mean, get out there and find candidates to support. Run for office yourself. If you don't know how to do either of those things, then at least communicate with your elected official. And if you don't know how to do that, I got you covered, because in my About Me page of this channel, Twitch, you can go to the panel buttons and click on it, find your rep, and then click on the button next to it, write your rep. So we can get involved in civic engagement. We can do that right here, right now. Let's go. But we are going to need to step up as well. Some of us are going to need to run for office. Some of us are going to need to help them run. Some of us are going to need to spread the word. And all of us are going to need to vote for them, not the Republicans or the Democrats. That is how we do this thing. And quite frankly, that's how the Tea Party and the Freedom Party started getting their influence in the Republican Party. They knew that they would lose a majority of their races the first time. They knew they would lose a majority of their races the second time. But they knew that they would start winning more races the third time, the fourth time, the fifth time. And all they needed was a 3% majority in the GOP to start influencing that party, because the 3% rule, it takes 3% of a given population to influence that population. And now look at MAGA USA. We could do the same thing. We could either infiltrate the Democrats, we could infiltrate the Green Party, we could infiltrate the Republican Party, we could infiltrate every single party while activating voters who do not vote because they are disenfranchised and disgusted with the system. We can say, listen, be disgusted. We don't like them either. That's why we're going to primary everybody that is running for office. And we will pledge, we will sign a document, legally binding, whatever it takes, to prove to you our sincerity and legitimacy that we will represent you. That would be a populist revolution, the likes of which would have never been seen in America. And dare I say it, other than in the French Revolution, has not happened in history. Click on my profile picture. Do I look familiar? I help run and vote. Exactly. Yes. So, okay, I guess you two do know each other. Fantastic. Scott, I could use your help. Spread the word. And actually, on that subject, Twitch is very clearly not a political forum. It is very clearly not necessarily the best place to promote political ideology. YouTube, also not so much. Facebook, definitely not. Twitter, and then there's Instagram, which is also owned by Meta, which also says we do not like to promote things about civics or controversial topics. So if social media is collectively bad for organizing, then why am I even here? Why am I even wasting my time? How do we get more people, though? And what are we doing about it, right? So why am I here? Why am I wasting my time? One, because Hasanabi exists, and that's proof that there is at least 21,000 people on average at any given point of the day that are interested in discussing politics and current events, at least. The second reason why I'm here is because Twitch happens to be very left-leaning and open to politics, which is nice. I'm not going to get shadow banned simply for talking about politics. YouTube, on the other hand, will. They absolutely will. They demonetized candidates before. They'll do it again. Facebook, obviously, blatantly denies candidates. So, ironically, gamers and nerds, right, represent, we're the ones that actually have a platform with the greatest possible potential to reach other voters, other interested people in politics and civic engagement. Now, what can we do about that? Obviously, not as many people are on Twitch as, say, Facebook or YouTube. So we can encourage people to make Twitch accounts, if for no other reason than to watch this, or to share this stream to those other channels and encourage people to watch those from Facebook or Twitter or Instagram or wherever it is you can actually watch this from. And that's how you build that movement. That's how you build that recognition and that stability. That is how we build community, right? And again, this isn't a shameless plug. I'm saying this is how we effectively take Twitch or any other social media platform and use it effectively to reach out to our own areas of influence, our own communities, and tell them, like, listen, there is options out there. There are better solutions out there. It's not just this guy, SaSeshen. It's this pathway forward. It's taking this kind of initiative. It's holding people accountable. Look, he's not even asking for money. He's telling you, put your name in this website, or your address, rather, and then call everybody that shows up on that list and tell them exactly what you think. Bitch them out if you want. I would prefer you be more productive, but let's be honest, you're not going to listen to me. But now you'll have the tool and the resource to contact your representative and give them a piece of your mind. Now imagine adding a layer to that, running for office, adding a layer to that, supporting somebody running for office, adding a layer to that, spreading awareness online from the comfort of your home, in your pajamas, sipping mojitos, whatever it may be. Imagine, if you will, a bunch of gaming nerds were the epicenter of the popular revolution in America. Just saying. That would be pretty cool. That would be meme stonks pretty cool, in my opinion. Pop Culture Geek Love is friends with SaSeshen and me on Facebook. Mojitos. That maybe I should promote drinking on the channel, right? But to that point, let's see. I think we were on Fetterman, and then I got off on a tangent there. Let's just see. Let's see if I can spell. It looks like we've got Hunter Biden. We've got other news, but not political news. All right, let's do politics. Let's type in that word and see what we find, because we need to talk about stuff and things. Marjorie Taylor Greene. There's another person I really don't want to talk about. So, actually, this is interesting. So, what many people may not be aware of is that all I did is open a link. What many people might not be aware of is that there is a schism in the Republican Party right now. Those who are pro-Trump and those who are not. Those who do not want any part of the Trump administration or MAGA Americans, and those who are obviously controlling it. And this is actually part of that. Marjorie Taylor Greene creates headaches for House GOP as leaders weigh how much attention to give the Trump loyalist. And this is spread throughout the country. A lot of red states who became very red because of Trump are now becoming fractured with infighting from traditional conservatives and MAGA conservatives who cannot agree on who they should be running and how the direction of the party should go. And it's interesting that this is making it into, major news networks as well. Rep. Marjorie Taylor was a team player and a reliable Republican leadership ally for 9 months under former House Speaker McCarthy, willing to swallow tough votes and fall in line even when it meant defying her right-wing colleagues. All of that has changed. Now, under Mike Johnson, Greene is increasingly acting out from outbursts at committee hearings to unsuccessfully trying to oust Johnson from the speakership to pressuring House Republican leaders to take uncomfortable votes. Those actions have made the Georgia Republican, who was kicked out of the far-right House Freedom Caucus last year after feuding with members, persona non grata inside the House GOP conference, where there is little patience for her tactics and where some Republicans have even been calling for her to face repercussions. So, one thing that can be said about this is if there was infighting in the Democratic Party between progressives and establishment Democrats, now we're seeing the similar conflict between zealous MAGA Republicans and establishment Republicans. So what could be very interesting is if this election came down to the establishment on either side fighting the fringes in their side. Now, again, progressives have largely distanced themselves from the Democratic Party for failure to literally fulfill any of their promises, for one. But for two, whatever progressives do support the Democratic Party are doing so begrudgingly and only because they can't see themselves working with the Republican Party. That being said, a lot of progressives are going green or independent or trying to do infiltration things, which is fine, but none of it is collective. So there's that schism on the left-leaning side of ideology. And then on the right side leaning of ideology, you have right leaning and then extreme right leaning. AZV, welcome. You made it to the debate session of our channel here. Thank you, Oshun. I had been pulled away from the keyboard for a moment, but I was going to say that I'm still new to some of the tools of Twitch, so I was unfamiliar of how to do that picture clicking thing. Hey, listen, I'm a boomer millennial myself. I am very new to Twitch myself. It's ironic because I was actually a world-class World of Warcraft raider in about 2011, which is when Twitch started actually taking off. And if I had ever once put 2 and 2 together that I could have streamed and played WoW and, bragged about being a top 200 player in the world, who knows where things could have led today. I can also tell you that Twitch has a lot more functionality. Like if you look at the bottom right hand of the screen, there's a little dragon icon and you have viewer points under your chat, right? So the chat, let's see, let me make sure that this isn't going to start looping. Yep, stay muted. Good. If you look under there, you also see this neat little icon called crystals. Mine are infinite because I'm the channel owner. But you can feed the dragon that is below the screen and interact in that way. I actually was thinking about putting the dragon on the screen, but it takes up way too much screen real estate, so I didn't do that, unfortunately. But anywho, what's bizarre is that I've been a Twitch audience member for about, then you know more about it than I do, because I'm not saying I'm a carpetbagger for Twitch. I'm saying I don't know how to handle social media. I genuinely don't know how to handle social media. I am beginning to understand the appeal of streaming. I am understanding why people would come to watch somebody like me or somebody who's really talented at a video game, play said video game, or talk about whatever subject. I am beginning to understand the appeal. It's interrelatable. It's personal. You feel immersed. You might not be getting the information you're wanting right away like you could from a video, but that video will always be there, and this is more engaging. This has more interactivity, right? And we are a social species when it comes right down to it. So parasocial relationships might be risky and scary and whatever else, but you do feel a broader connection. So I'm beginning to understand how Twitch appeals. I'm still having a hard time with, Facebook and Twitter and Instagram and how they even function, how they generate, and interactions and all this, that, and the other. But maybe the big problem is I'm a politician. I've ran for office. I've been on ballots on many occasions. I've spoken at the highest levels of what our country has to offer. Short of a presidential debate, I'll give you that. But beyond that, I did actually put those debates in my channel as well. So after the stream, preferably, feel free to watch those debates and realize that I'm not just some guy sitting here pretending to be, president one day. I'm somebody who has actually walked the walk and talked the talk. And I just realized I wasn't really centered. So, anywho, it's also great because you can chat with the streamer and other chatters, right? And that's the thing. Every time I have ran for office, whether that's DNC chair, Congress, or state representative, I have always asked my constituency to give their opinion on an issue, right? Or I would ask them what is their primary issue, right? So, and I get it. Chat, once your Hasanabi scale, you would have to just do polls constantly. Hey, chat, what is your top policy position? And then the moderator would have to probably create a poll with like 10 options and then give it 10 minutes and be like, all right, now let's talk about this. And then chat's just doing this like crazy. And I'm like, all right, we're going to pick Oshun. We're going to pick AZV, Pop Culture Geek. Who else is on there? Oshun, AZV. Yep. And then we're going to talk about it from there, right? From then to now. The other thing, too, is you get that immediate feedback, right? If I'm doing something that you don't like, you'll tell me. Like, hey, why are you acting like that? I thought you were, Mr. Future President. Why are you dressed in a wife beater? smoking, cigars live on stream. That seems pretty Andrew Tate-like, don't you think? Let's see. You'd kick some serious rear end at a presidential debate. Would it be shamelessly self-serving if I actually posted the video where I did insert myself into the third Republican primary debate where the questions were asked and I answered them? Would that be shameless self-promotion, I guess? Because I absolutely would have mopped the floor with those clowns. That's not even a question, because it's not like, okay, I'm not claiming that I have all the answers or that I'm right about everything. What I am saying is what I am fighting for, the policy positions that I have, I know very well, and that I didn't just come up with them while scrolling through Facebook on the toilet. I did research. I looked at historical references. I looked at other countries to see what they did and what they were doing well. I took my military experience and how the military was structured and recognized that a lot of what we're doing is needless suffering and intentional distrust and stress creation to keep us subjugated, to keep us from actually literally asking questions or fighting back. And so my policies stem from actually increasing the amount of democracy that we actually have access to rather than suppressing it. Don't forget the OGs when you get to the Hasanabi level. Hey, buddy, believe you me, I have plenty of helpers with photographic memories. I'm sure they're making a list right now with the OGs to never forget them. Because I will forget, not because I'm cruel or callous or arrogant. I have when it comes to names, awful. And as a politician, that's one of the worst traits to have. I need to really work on memorization tools or something like associating, okay, knife, that's AZV, because AZV can cut the box with a knife. I don't know. I'd have to figure some sort of process out. But to that end, I don't intend to forget the little guys when, not if, when we become a big channel. Wait a second. Are you saying the nation's top leaders can actually listen to the voters and be attentive to what they think? I thought that was an extinct concept. You're also not a sellout. That really helps. So thank you. I'm not a sellout. I had the opportunity to be a sellout and didn't. I also had the opportunity to do some real good and was too green behind the... What in the hell? Malicious software from cloudfront.net. Okay, so we're going to drop... Well, I don't think we're going to end up dropping the stream, I don't think. I hope not. But I'm closing my web pages because apparently I opened something I shouldn't have. But the only thing I've been opening up is news articles, so that's questionable. Point being, I thought that was the alarm of do not say what you were saying. I mean, that did kind of work out that way, didn't it? I should play it off that way, right? But hey, I'm too honest for my own good. Which is another thing, right? Like, I could sit here and lie and misdirect and whatever else, and I would be good at it because I'm a good public speaker. I can toot my own horn for that, but I would be disgusted with myself if I was trying to push or grift. That's the word for it. I could not try and just sell you snake oil. I could not live with myself. And again, it's one of the reasons why I struggle with social media. I'm not good at promoting myself. I don't like to promote myself. And I care more about the policy and the platform than I do about my face being the first thing you see every morning or for dinner time, as the case may be. But to that end, we were talking about top leaders can and should listen to their constituency. Obviously, you take everything with a grain of salt, right? Obviously, we have racists in this country. Obviously, we have TERFs in this country. Obviously, we have child molesters in this country. Obviously, we have criminals in this country. Obviously, we have some very, 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 very bad people in this country. So those opinions we can immediately throw out. But then we have more reasonable people. who also disagree, who want certain things, but don't agree on how to achieve those certain things. I don't think there is a single conservative who would be opposed to having more accessible healthcare. I don't think there is a single conservative that would be against that. The question is, how would that accessibility look? Would it end up raising taxes? Would it cost them more? Would it be considered socialism, right? That's the argument. The left would be like, no, seriously, universal healthcare solves all the problems, reduces the cost, X, Y, and Z. Let's do it. Shut the hell up. My job is to be able to navigate the end goal, universal healthcare, with the two conflicting, converging, diverging paths that don't agree but still achieve the same goal. So some people will want a more incremental or require a more incremental process. Hey, we have to allow the insurance companies to transition into something else. We have to slowly divest the administrations and the boards from hospitals so they don't, cause the entire thing to collapse. Who's going to think about the pharmaceutical companies and their seventh yacht, right? Those people, and then the let's guillotine, redact them in a redacted way to redact them from the face of the redacted earth, right? We have to reconcile those two differences, and that would be my job. That is what politicians are supposed to do. That is the premise of government. That is the whole point of representative or democratic government. It is to converge the ideas from conflicting ideologies, taking the strengths from both of those conflicting ideologies to merge them into something better than the separate parts of the whole. That is literally the whole point of government and of representative government, and that is what is supposed to happen in these debates. But what has happened instead is polarization because of rhetoric being used rather than debate or discussion or critical thinking. And it's such a polarized country. You can continue Team Red policies as a Team Blue member, and people say either toe the line or else we're not friends anymore. Case in point, Team Blue continuing Team Red's draconian asylum policies after he said he'll make it end in his first 100 days. I was like, what? 100 days pass, and you feel that means ending it expires, and you bring it back. And that's why what we need to do is fundamentally have these conversations. The way this channel is going to grow, or the way I hope it grows, is not by, smearing Hasanabi, for instance, right? Or baiting Trump supporters or baiting Biden supporters. I hope that's not how we grow, but if it happens, it happens. As long as we get to the end goal, right? My intent with this channel is that it grows organically through collective word of mouth, saying that, hey, here's a person with the chops, the credibility, and the actual bona fides to back up running for office, to back up organizing people, to back up taking civic action against our elected leaders in a constructive manner. I want people to realize that there is hope, that there is light at the end of the tunnel, that there is a constructive way to be ungovernable, to push back against corruption and oppression, if you will. That this is not the way things have to be or to remain, and that you don't have to be crazy or risk your life or risk arrest to go to protests and shake your fist and do all these things. That the work might very well be boring, but in that way, it's also stealthy. And what's more important to people, being petty and getting one over on the person that they like, or being loud and showing the person outright that they were wrong and whatever else? To a greater or lesser degree, I would say that is a half. And we are trying to cater to the petty half. The half that's like, all right, so wait a second. You're saying if I follow your channel, listen to you talk, listen to you go on and on and on about Professor Ronan's education policy hour, and then those few little snippets, those 15, 30-minute gems, nuggets of how to contact your rep, write your rep, inundate my rep with hundreds of thousands of emails and convince all of my 100 friends and family members to do the same exact thing and just bury them bastards under just anger and outrage of the working class, the proletariat. You mean we could do that and actually affect change, and I could do that spitefully from sitting on the toilet at work, wasting more time? Hell yes. What I'm talking about is disruptive politics. I'm talking about putting to use the tools that are at our disposal in a productive means that can not only disrupt government and their corruption, but take advantage of your employer at the same time. I'm just saying. The partisans don't have principles. It's all about their team winning. And that's what we are trying to disrupt. If they don't want to let us play in their team, or if they let us on the team, they're just going to make us sit on the bench the entire time, then screw them. We'll play our own games. We'll play by our rules, and we'll do our own thing and make them regret ever having the audacity to turn us away or keep us limited. Because again, collective action is what we need. That is what we lack. Individually, I can't do anything. The 7, 11, 20, even the 20,000 viewers that Hasanabi tends to average, 20,000 people is not going to sway national politics if the only thing those 20,000 people are doing are watching Hasanabi stream. If those 20,000 people, each of those 20,000 people that generally watch Hasanabi, wrote their senator, wrote their congressman, left a voicemail, left a text message, made a copy-paste automation thing, whatever, to their entire elected list daily, that could make an impact. That could very much so make an impact. I'm not going to lie, 20,000 people acting in unison, in concert, chances are that covers all 50 states. There's 3,700 counties in America. Let me make sure about that. I think there's 3,700. I'm fairly certain I had to look that up before. How many... music's going to play. Nope, I'm going to just close that tab. I don't want to risk the copyright strike here. How many counties in America? 3,143. My apologies. There are 3,143 counties. And amongst 20,000 viewers, it can be reasonably assumed that on average, 7 people in a given stream live in the same county in Hasanabi. Now imagine 7 people writing their mayor, writing their county person, writing their state rep, writing their state senator, their governor. Well, I guess we're talking about county, right? From the county on down, you got 7 people collectively every single day writing, messaging, emailing. And those 7 people know at least 7 people, so now we're at 49. And hey, I'm sure they know somebody, and they're probably disgruntled with, tax rates or the roads not being fixed or that damn light at the corner of 5th and 7th Avenue not freaking working because, they just won't freaking fix it, or that tree that just has not been replaced, or the fact that our kids don't have AC, or some problem. There is somebody in your community that is angry. Hasanabi has enough viewers at any given time that there are 7 people that know each other that could get together, talk to their friends, and spread the word. And that could multiply to a social revolution outright. So when I say streaming has the potential to change our country, that's what I mean. Unfortunately, the people with the viewership, with the resources currently, as it stands, are not interested in civic engagement. They are not interested in changing the status quo. They are interested in being entertainers, which is fine. Good on you, Hasanabi. You've made your money. You are spreading a message. You are conveying a message. You are educating people who would otherwise not have that information, and you're doing a great job of it. Some of your views I disagree with. Okay, let's have that debate and that discussion. But effectively, you are an entertainer who is providing information in a way that people want to hear it, that isn't the news, which is great. Congrats. Thank you. You are serving a part in our country and our society, and you are fulfilling that role. Good. My job, my take on that would be taking those 21,000 people and getting the ball rolling. Let's see. I thought I turned off the timing on this, on the chat anyway, because it kept disappearing and I kept being too late to reaching to it. So we're going to turn it off on the main screen here. The partisans are okay. Yes. And to avoid the character limit bit, I do want to continue that point in saying that Team Blue voters don't care that he's continued it. They still want him to win, and that Team Red will make us become a horrible country. Exactly. if we don't win, they will, and it's going to be worse if they do. Don't worry about what we're actually doing. Everybody says we're a banana republic and support a banana republic. I mean, for those who don't know what banana republic means, and I'm a little fuzzy on the definition myself, banana republic, other than being a chic clothing store for young, hip people, let's see, definition. Come on. A small nation, especially in Central America, dependent on one crop or the influx of foreign capital. So that's how it's typically used, that it's a banana republic, but really that it means it's an oligarchy, a corporatocracy, a thing, an authoritarianism that's surrounded by one tiny group. SaSeshen, correct. Hasanabi is an entertainer mainly. So bright. You mean the guy who dunks on the horrible people in the media and politics who are on Team Red, and that he makes himself out to be a guy who gets it? Yes, but he could be so much more if he wanted to. Like, I can't stand Destiny, but he has helped get people elected to office. Probably not great people, but it proves that it's possible. That's actually interesting. I didn't know that Destiny got people elected into office, but that goes to show that you can use your platform for the greater good. And again, I'd be happy to debate Destiny. I'm fairly certain I have watched some of Destiny's streams and videos, and I'm fairly certain we don't agree on, I don't want to say much, but I know we would definitely have some spirited debates. But hey, he did use his platform to do the civic engagement. And honestly, I'm happy enough to get people engaged. We can worry about the details later. I don't care if you would even vote for me. Vote against me. Wholeheartedly, with your full chest, hate me and tell your friends and neighbors how much I suck, how woke I am, how much of a cuck I am, whatever you want to say. But vote. And get everybody that you're bitching about to me, or about me too, get them to vote as well. Just get active. That's all I care about, is get active, get registered. I'll tell you. I'll gladly tell you. Bitch to your elected official. Get in their faces and then talk smack about me over the dinner table. I do not care. If you happen to support me, even better. That means future president is that much more likely. And then we can start getting some real work done. That's what's necessary. Yes, that guy, his politics aren't that bad in general, but his job is to entertain first and foremost, which is unfortunate. Destiny is pro-Israel. Unfortunately, I can't stand him as well. High-class Old Navy. Yeah. And to be fair, I bought these at Kohl's. So, I mean, it's not like, you know... Wait, no, I bought these at the Men's Warehouse. That's where I went. I mean, we get people who take the clips out there of people who don't hear themselves and shine a light on it, which is good. But then you find out that you have a Jon Stewart and a Hasanabi who do that, who have been a hypocrite themselves. Jon Stewart spoke out against Trump with the real estate stuff, and he did exactly what he complained about, for example. And yeah, I saw Destiny get his butt kicked on Israel for almost 5 hours straight. It was beautiful. There. And honestly, I'm not even... well... If you're going to be on the wrong side of history and then go on a debate panel that is on the right side of history, you're going to get what you're going to get. But the right does the same thing. Piers Morgan is one of the prime examples that I've seen, most notable examples that I've seen recently. He keeps inviting conservative talking heads, pundits, and whatever else. And then one leftist, who's leftist in name only, Elino. And basically... they're left enough to be enemies of the conservative bloc that's on the panel, but not left enough to actually be on the left, but they still get dumped on. And so you have this conservative journalist who allegedly has records and accolades and awards and everything else, who is literally manipulating panels and by that point, by extension, viewer experiences and therefore opinion, by overwhelmingly stacking the deck against left ideology by putting conservative-leaning ideology in the majority. And that kind of behavior is just dumb. personally. For one, it's dumb. Why would you even want an echo chamber of varying degrees? That's just stupid. And secondly, why would you pick the weakest link to be your counter argument? That doesn't make your argument look stronger. It just makes you look like a bully. If you would actually want to make a point that conservative ideology is superior to leftist ideology, you would want a strong leftist, a highly respected leftist, and then stack the panel against them and force them to defend themselves against the overwhelming odds of right-wing ideology. Because then, at least if the right-wingers are pushed back, you can see, well, maybe the lefty is talking some sense. But if you see the leftist actually being like, well, crap, you make a valid point, then you should have shown the superiority of your right-wing rhetoric. But because, let's be honest, right-wing rhetoric is so full of holes, lies, and misinformation in the first place, that never happens, which is exactly why the Piers Morgans of the world, the Ben Shapiros of the world, never, ever, ever challenge leftists who could actually hold their own in a real debate. Have you seen Piers Morgan debate Bernie Sanders? Jill Stein? Have you seen Ben Shapiro do the same? No, you haven't. Have you even seen either of them tackle AOC? I don't think so. Elon Omar? I don't think so. No, they go after Hasanabi, who's going to get emotional and who has not as good of policy knowledge because he doesn't have to. He's there to entertain. He's there to crap on the current event and give whatever his take is to entertain his 21,000 viewers. In fact, it's what, 5:30? Is he at 21,000 right now? I mean, he might be, right? That would be funny if I kept saying that number and that's exactly what it was. Oh, called it. I straight up called that. Man, I'm good. 21,500 viewers right now. Hasanabi. And he's currently talking about the same stuff we're talking about. So, anyway, tangent. Sorry, let's go back to chat here. Let's see. Yeah, by Mr. Finkelstein, he kept getting his name wrong. It was funny and sublime. Dr. Phil, too. For years, he'd say you need help, you're mentally ill, you're being a criminal. Then he's softball questioning Trump and not recognizing the very things he'd put his TV patients on the host seat for. Also, Destiny was not only on the wrong side, he was barely informed and he was debating Norm Finkelstein, who has written books on the Israel-Palestine conflict. That is just ridiculous. Which is true. I think Finkelstein was doing it on purpose to disrespect him. I mean, wouldn't you though? Like, okay. It would literally be the same as if I were to debate, oh, don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. We were doing so good, Twitch stream. God, I'm not even playing anything. There is nothing running on my computer that would drain the bit rate. God, this place sucks. I'm not gonna lie. I guess we're gonna have to wait until the stream gets back online. It does look like it. All right, here we go. Are we good? All right, we're back to being live. Wait for the viewers to get back up there. But I'm gonna have to read because obviously it cleared the chat. We used to have some kind of pushback against somebody who knew it, like Crossfire with Tucker Carlson and Jon Stewart. Exactly. Hasanabi does know what he's talking about, but he gets way too emotional and doesn't get the point across. And I would argue that Hasanabi doesn't know what he's talking about on many issues. I think he knows what he's talking about on hot topic issues. And even then, some of his takes aren't the right takes. Obviously, he's on the right side for Palestine. Not even going to argue that. He's against Trump, right side of history. He bashes Biden, right side of history. But I do remember watching one of his videos. Of course, now I can't remember what it is, so it makes me look like a chucklehead, right? You're just bashing Hasanabi, trying to weigh in on his fame and popularity. No, it's there. Let's see, Hassan's bad takes. I'm sure that'll show up. Hassan has a really bad take by XQC. what is the really bad take? I don't know. Are you going to tell us? Is it about a video game? I don't know. Streamers there think... Okay, so Hasanabi does have a bit of a identity crisis with actually working class people from time to time. Yeah, it was so hard for me getting started in the entertainment world. I had to crawl to my uncle who managed a multi-million-dollar news network, and I had to get a job. And then when I was on my own, I was like, what am I going to do? Oh, yeah, I'll leverage the followership I got from that job. And it was such a struggle to get it to the top. Nepotism, baby. Let's go. Speaking on AOC, I remember a couple of years ago, she voted in favor of giving Israel billions in weaponry. It was sad and disappointing that she was pressured into doing that and that she allowed the pressure to get to her. It's super easy to fall to the peer pressure of selling out. And that's the thing. It really is. Let's not sugarcoat it. Corruption happens because you're surrounded by a bubble that you deal with every day that you wouldn't otherwise, right? If I am president, when I am president, we're going to manifest this thing, right? When I am president of the United States, I will face questions, hard decisions, hard questions that will require answers. And sometimes those answers are losses. They are lose, no-win situations. For instance, Palestine and Israel. It is a win to defend Palestine. It is a win to admonish Israel's crimes against humanity. It is a loss to lose Israel as a potential ally in the theater. It is an even greater loss to maintain that partnership at the expense of Palestinian lives, right? That's pretty black and white. That's pretty easy. However, when we're talking about the petrodollar, we're going to lose the petrodollar. We already have. We don't want to maintain our relationship with Saudi Arabia because if we did, we'd have to ignore their human rights violations continuously. So that's, again, a lose. But if we don't maintain positive relations with Saudi Arabia, it could continue to destabilize the region and, of course, weaken our international standing regardless. So that's a lose. It's a lose if we stay friends with Saudi Arabia. It's a lose if we don't stay friends with Saudi Arabia. And I would have to make the decision, stay friends or not. What I could do to kind of save face or to do something remotely ethical is say, Saudi Arabia, we want to maintain our trade relations, we want to maintain our interactions, and we want to regain the trust of Middle Easterners across the board. We would like your help in doing so. But in return, we're going to ask that you engage in some humanitarian overhauls, i.e. not beheading gay people, or our journalists. That would be a great first start. And in return, we will stop money laundering in the Middle East and giving weapons to your enemies. I feel like that's a diplomatic solution. You took a lose-lose and turned it into a win-win. Now, if Saudi Arabia pushes back, then, you got to argue and negotiate and do whatever else. But at the end of the day, that's the job. Terrorist attack happens. Domestic shooter happens. What are you going to do? Well, we need to regulate guns. Well, I'm not giving up my guns. Mental health. Well, he's just a lone wolf, but he was black. Oh, black people, right? I don't think there has been an active shooter that's been black, but that's not the point. The point is, whenever a tragedy happens, there's almost always a lose-lose circumstance with regards to it. If you don't do a knee-jerk reaction, you're going to lose face. If you do a knee-jerk reaction, you're going to cause more harm than good. And you're not going to satisfy either party regardless. So I am prepared to face the uncertainty of the office. But at the very least, we need to make sure that as the people we elect into those offices, do they have the spinal fortitude and the true north of morality and ethics to withstand those dark, murky waters? And in my case, I'm not saying I'm immune to corruption. I'm not saying that I would never somehow falter. But I am saying, as I am right now, as I would be my first 4 years, my first 8 years, well, I guess my total of 8 years, I would do my utmost to not only hold myself accountable, but surround myself with people who would hold me accountable. Pass legislation early on or executive orders early on that empowered the American people to hold me accountable. And that way, even if I can't hold myself accountable, you can. And that's what we need more of. I don't know how much of our conversation I missed here. That is true. It takes a great level of character strength to not submit to peer pressure. Agreed. POTUS, oh, nope, that's me getting back online, I guess. She also gave money that was donated to her PAC to help progressives challenge corporate Dems, like she did in the primaries to corporate Dems. I had helped her campaign the first time she ran before she was famous. I felt so betrayed. And I totally get it with SaSeshen saying that he doesn't like to put himself out there like many others. That we've been burned too many times by people saying they're progressive and betray that trust. Or betray that. Trust is tough to build. As humans, most of us want to be liked by our peers. If you work with a bunch of corrupt people, it's difficult not to be corrupt. And by the way, SaSeshen, I don't think anyone's touched on it. Your background is so cool. Thank you. It is. This is where I'm going to be in 4 years. I fully intend to be financially and social platform prepared to run for office in 2028. I need $250,000 to get on the ballot for the states that just require financial contribution. And then the rest require signatures to a certain amount. I will run in a primary more than likely, as much as I would like to run independent. Even the laws, the being able to register as a candidate in most states make that impossible. So I would run as a Republican or a Democrat. It would depend on which one is actually holding a primary. And I'm being straight up with you. When I ran for DNC chair, I said that as the DNC chair, should I be elected, I would order Democrats to run in Republican primaries, because otherwise they wouldn't get the time of day to begin with, and that defeats the purpose of wasting money, time, and resources in those districts in the first place. So instead, what did they do for the next 5 years? They just ignored those areas, and we got more Trump. Now, with Jamie, he's finally taking that leaf out of my book and investing in rural America, and that's what we need to be doing. Now, he's not telling Democrats to run as Republicans, but he's at least investing in those areas. So my goal is to run in either the Republican or the Democratic primary in 2028. Quite possibly, it might make more sense to do the Republican primary, because compared to those jackals, it's going to be super easy to contrast myself. And the Democrats rigged their election. So let's be honest. The other thing that I'll have to do is have a big enough social following to where once I announce, I can immediately turn that announcement and that social media following into a campaign staff, either volunteers, most or partial, with paid staff in every single state. The goal would be every single county. And if I can average 21,000 viewers like Hasanabi, that should be fairly feasible, because that should guarantee 7 people in every single county in America outright. So, pretty simple and straightforward. And from there, we win. And then we get into the White House and we start immediately filing charges for aiding and abetting genocide by supporting Israel, and voting to support Israel's slaughter by sending them more money and weapons. And then, special elections and this, that, and the other. Let's see. Too true. Oshun. To the point about the difficult to not to be corrupt. So my point is, it is easier to keep your moral compass if you continue to stand and fight, right? If AOC had not capitulated and just stuck to her moral high ground, she would have been more popular. She would have garnered more support and more popularity. I already said popularity. She would have gained more resources by standing her ground rather than capitulating to the Democrats. And that's what I think I would be able to do. I feel that my moral compass would burn so brightly and face so strongly north that being surrounded by corruption would motivate me more to stick to my true north and to stick to that moral compass and to fight for the people that much harder. I don't think I would feel pressured, because in fact, the more you push me to be corrupt, to violate my moral ethics and code of honor, the more I would be compelled to push back and driven to push back. So you're right. Character flaws are the reason why people succumb to peer pressure, especially corruption. And it's one of the reasons why we need to find people who are genuinely in their heart of hearts, in their core beings, focused on accomplishing the goal, which is popular support, literally helping the masses. If that's not your true north, if you would not rather die than capitulate that belief, then you shouldn't be running for office, and you honestly shouldn't be eligible for office. We should be fighting over who wants to help people the most, not who is actually willing to help people. And I don't know if I can put that any more plainly than that. I wish that video about Israel's leaders admitting that they partnered with Hamas would go viral. Oshun showed it to me. In fact, Oshun, if you have that video, I will play that right now, because that is definitely something that we need to do. They admitted that they regretted that choice. Do you think the deep state will allow any president to be so blatantly anti-Israel? And I'm not a people pleaser, I'll be fine. My feelings will be fine. My forehead might not. My back might not. And there might be a couple of holes there to the point of the deep state. The deep state. Does it exist? Is it real? Ask JFK. There's obviously those behind the scenes. And then the people who are behind the scenes are front facing in other areas. For instance, who is the deep state? The deep state is Bezos. It's Amazon, it's Microsoft, it's Meta, Facebook. It's if you're a billionaire, you're literally the deep state. Period. Dot. End of story. That is the deep state. Because money influences so much of our political processes, the legislation that is passed, and ultimately how that impacts business, and of course the wealth of the billionaires. It's not even conspiratorial anymore. That is the definition of our government currently as corporatocracy, is that it is a government ran by corporations. Now, granted, that is mostly indirect for now. Bezos can't come out and say, I told the Senate and Congress and Biden himself to pass this law to benefit Amazon. He can't come out and say it, but he's lobbying. He's getting grants for his space program. He's getting grants for his cloud computing. He's getting grants for his AI. And he's getting grants because he's helping the defense industry. The Department of Defense specifically become that much more powerful and ahead of the curve of other nations. Microsoft is doing it. Google is doing it. iPhone is doing it. Apple. NVIDIA. The whole kit and caboodle, right? They're all doing it. So the deep state is literally who is benefiting the most from the way things currently are. That is the deep state. So if I became president, would I immediately get assassinated? Maybe. Would I make it past my first 100 days? Maybe. That truly depends on how much and how effectively I encourage the American people to participate in the process. Because I am not the only one that's going to be in this office. It is not my office. It is not my presidency. It is our presidency, our collective presidency. What I do for those 4 years will impact the 330 plus million Americans that have to live with the decisions that I made that they voted for. So we collectively have a responsibility to make sure those are the best 4 years, possibly 8 years we can get. To that end, if we know that there are bad actors, and if we know that those bad actors are going to act badly, and we're not going to take any sort of precautions about that, then yeah, then I have it coming. Then I deserve it, honestly. So if instead, with the campaign, we also have a massive labor movement, a massive unionization movement, a massive labor strike movement, a massive voter turnout movement, a massive, massive takeover of corporate influence and restoration to small or local business owners in conjunction with the campaign itself. 2 birds, 1 stone. Even if it did go viral, Israel supporters have their head buried in the sand. True. AIPAC is very wealthy and powerful. Aren't they, in a way, part of the deep state? They are. Blatantly so. It's so corporatocracy, so theocratic that they will even dump on pedophilia, but say they won't even change the over 18-year-old guys going off and marrying not legal girls. That's their golden opportunity to make babies, just so they can yell at the babies now get a job. Especially considering I think the legal age to marry in Kentucky is 15, and there is none of that Romeo and Juliet stuff to go around. You can be 42, marry your 15-year-old whatever, and legally be allowed to do whatever you do with your wife. But even though the federal age of consent is 18, God forbid if that was actually enforced. And those are the things, right? We have to set a standard and draw a line at what we will find acceptable as a code of ethics and morals. And the conservative bloc thinks they have a monopoly on that. We're the family values party, pro-life, and so on and so forth. But you're only pro-life being born, not that child being fed, cared for, having access to the best education or medical care, or never mind the mother having access to health care for giving birth or after giving birth, let alone providing for the income equality for a stable house or access to education and all this, that, and the other, right? Conservative policy is contradictory outright, and yet they have a monopoly on morals and ethical high grounds. That makes absolutely no sense. And the reason why that's the case is because liberals and Democrats specifically have allowed it to happen. And progressives cannot agree on anything, so it continues to happen and grow unabated. If we can just build some cohesion, a center point to revolve around, we can crush that ideology because it is extremely weak. These days, they try to assassinate your character before they actually assassinate you. Well, that's fine. I'm not a perfect person. I let the little bit of fame that I had in 27 get to me. I'm not going to lie. But I'm not the one defrauding the government with 34 counts of falsifying business documents. I'm not stealing from charities. I'm not on the Epstein flight logs list. I'm not, buddy with some of the worst people this country has ever seen, nor am I aiding and abetting war criminals. So come at me. I was a floozy, and I wasn't always a gentleman growing up. And I'm poor. The stars are to make babies, nothing sexually explicit. Well. I mean, for God's sakes, they worship Kid Rock, and he sung about his love of getting it on with children. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, these conservative heroes are the exact opposite of the very beliefs that they claim to hold sacred. And meanwhile, they promote Christianity and especially the teachings of Christ, which is ironic given that in terms of, like, say, sexual assault, again, trigger warning, sorry. The conservatives, she was asking for it. She shouldn't have been wearing that. She shouldn't have been drinking. She shouldn't have been out late. She shouldn't have been alone. She knew what those men were going to do. She shouldn't have been flirting. She shouldn't have been X, Y, and Z. What did Jesus Christ teach? What was their Lord and Savior's words? But Jesus, if my eyes cause me to sin, what should I do? Jesus Christ replied, pluck them out. What if my hands cause me to sin? Cut them off. What if my manhood causes me to sin? Cut it off. The point being, if you can't control yourself, you're the problem, not her. And yet, if you quote Jesus Christ to these Christians, these conservative Christians who want to disparage against SA victims, they'll call you a blasphemer or a liar or some other nonsense, when it's literally in the New Testament. So, I think we found ourselves at the 2-hour point already. Good grief. Time's flying. My throat is still hanging in there. I'm not going to say going strong, but hanging in there. I know we're only doing a 3-minute or a 3-hour stream, so that's like a long movie, so we probably don't need to do a break. So we'll just push forward. We haven't done any React videos in a long time. Let's see. That reminds me of Mr. Smith Goes to Washington when he had to keep talking. Yeah, right. Actually, Oshun, did you end up finding that video about Israel? You know what? Let's see if it's on YouTube. Israel admits to supporting Hamas. Israel funded. Okay. From India Today. Which I'm going to take that as a reputable enough source to at least go forward with, yeah.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu consciously channelized.
You guys can hear it. I can't because my speaker's turned off, and I don't know if there's a way to keep them from turning off. Audio enhancement.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu consciously channelized funds to Hamas and helped it gain the strength and power that it has today. But why did Israel do so? And how did its calculations completely go haywire? Well, Benjamin Netanyahu's government worked with the singular purpose of trying to prevent the formation of a Palestinian state, according to experts. It also sought to buy peace by giving Gaza residents a glimpse of a better life by funneling money and providing work permits. The issue of funneling Qatari money to Hamas by the Israeli government was mentioned in public by Saudi Arabia's former intelligence chief in an address on October 20th. His remarks came after Hamas terrorists on October 7th butchered over 1,000 Israelis and took over 200 hostage. His statement surprised many as people couldn't make sense of the contradiction. Why would Israel funnel funds to Hamas in the first place? Well, the answer is if Israel didn't directly create a Frankenstein's monster, it for sure helped nourish it. And it was all done in a bid to thwart creation of a Palestinian state. Now,
so I wasn't expecting her to take that stance at all. But yes, at least the paper trail doesn't end at the regret video about allying with them. Exactly. And that goes to exactly how the war in Afghanistan and Iraq began, right? Saddam Hussein was an ally of the United States. I don't think people realize that. No, Osama bin Laden, I'm sorry. Osama bin Laden was an ally to the United States in the Cold War against Russia. And then after we cut ties with them, with Osama bin Laden, he turned right around, formed Al-Qaeda, and attacked the United States. Except, you know, we can get into the conspiracy theories about 9/11, but the point is, Osama bin Laden became public enemy number one after we trained him to be, well, an insurrectionist, an insurgent against Russia. And then while the war on terror was happening, the United States would just airdrop weapons and money in the middle of the desert, maybe a little bit closer to their allies, which at that time was ISIS. And then ISIS defeated Al-Qaeda, and Al-Qaeda, being defeated, replaced by ISIS, ISIS turned around and became the enemy again. And round we go. So it is not shocking at all that Israel took a leaf out of America's book and funded their own terrorist organization to justify their aggression in the region, or to honestly get engaged with Gaza and eradicate it, as they did. So there's that, straight up. There's really not much else to say. I mean, like, this is clearly being reported by other countries. This isn't just limited to that one clip. And if anybody thinks that's the only example, they don't know history. It's been plenty of, we'll support your bid for leadership in your country, and then they say, we hate how you're running things, but we never said we are your biggest fan. Exactly. How many times has the United States interfered with other democratically elected elections, right? Especially if they were promoting socialism or communism, right? In fact, we can Google that. That's very Googleable. How many times has the U.S. interfered in other countries' elections? Let's see. I want a more recent article than 2022. Looks like Wikipedia has a list. Foreign electoral interventions. Oh, okay, I see. It has by country. Oh my god. Oh no, we have to go to the other one. Check this out. Like, it's not funny in the sense, like, it's not humor, it's not comedy, but look at this. List of foreign electoral interventions. Albania, 1991, United States. Okay, 1992, United States and Italy. Okay. Australia, 2019 by China. 2022 by China. Okay, that's Australia. That's interesting. Bangladesh. And then you realize this is, whoops. This is every single country. Every single country. All right. And apparently even the United States is on this list. 1796, election by France. 1940, election by Nazi Germany in the United Kingdom. In October 1940, seeking to derail the re-election of U.S. President FDR, Nazi Germany bribed a U.S. newspaper to publish a document that Foreign Minister Joachim von Ribbentrop hoped would convince American voters that Roosevelt was a warmonger and criminal hypocrite. Leaking the captured Polish government document failed to have its intended effect, and Republican Party presidential nominee Wendell Willkie lost the election. 1960 by the Soviet Union. Aldi Stevenson II had been the Democratic Party presidential nominee in 52 and 56, and the Soviets offered him propaganda support if he would run again for president in 1960, but Stevenson declined to run. Instead, Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev backed John F. Kennedy in that very close election against Richard Nixon, in whom Khrushchev had clashed in the 1959 kitchen debate. On July 1st, 1960, a Soviet MiG-19 shot down an American weapon over the Barents Sea, with 4 of the crew being killed and 2 captured by the Soviets. The Soviets held onto those 2 prisoners in order to avoid giving Nixon, who was the incumbent vice president, an opportunity to boast about his ability to work with the Soviets. And the 2 United States Air Force officers were released just days after Kennedy's inauguration. Like, even the United States has had meddlesome stuff. Wild. Absolutely wild. This isn't quite what I thought was going to happen, but interesting nevertheless. I've had to tell people to Google the examples of things like that, and then they just tell me to put aside what's been done because we need Team Blue who's been supporting what they complain about. One person told me, oh, Biden's learned from the past mistakes that he's done, and he'll make a real difference. And it'll just take a lot of time to clean up his predecessor's mess. Well, here he is doubling down on the mess I was told he'll do his chores. Eye roll. And I mean, it's true, right? I mean, it's 100% true. Biden for 40 years has been on the wrong side of history, passing legislation that disproportionately affected Black Americans and disproportionately supported corporations and white Americans, and basically not doing his job as a senator and congressman and whatever else he was. So why on earth would he turn over a new leaf now in his twilight years as president? That never made sense. And then, of course, his policies proved it. In fact, his campaigning said he is not going to fundamentally change anything. Like, things are not going to fundamentally change, meaning from the Trump administration to the present, meaning no progressive agenda, meaning no real reform, no real changes. That's absurd. That is absolutely absurd to think that he would go black. But of course, well, we got to vote blue or else we're going to get Orange Man again. Insanity. But yeah, not quite the list of coup d'etat that I thought we were going to get, but hey, El Salvador by United States. Let's see. We can just scroll down the list and see how many times the United States pops up. Greece by the United States. Several times. Grenada, United States. Guatemala, United States. Indonesia, United States. Soviet Union, several times. Iran, United States. Israel, imagine that. Italy, again, surprising. But that was a couple times. Soviet Union, several times. Jamaica, guess what? United States. Japan, definitely United States. Yep, that I could definitely see that. For damn near an entire decade. Korea, yep, United States. Laos, yep, definitely the United States. Latvia, Russia. Lebanon, United States. Malaysia, United States. Malta, United States. Mauritius, United States. Yeah, we missed that. Bolivia, United States. Bolivia, Bangladesh. Bolivia, quite a few times. Hell, 40-year, damn near 40-year gap, but still did it again. Brazil, in the 1960s, like, ridiculous. Israel, Italy, Jamaica, Japan, Korea, Laos, Latvia. Lebanon, yep, we knew that. Malaysia, yep. Malta, yep. Okay, Mauritius. Mongolia. Wasn't actually aware we influenced Mongolia. Why on earth did we influence the Mongolian election? The National Endowment for Democracy helped unite several political parties, businessmen, and other activists to the Democratic Union Coalition, and then trained them in grassroots campaigning and membership recruiting. They also assisted in distributing 350,000 copies of a manifesto calling for private property rights. There it is. There it is. A free press and foreign investment to help convince people to vote out the Mongolian People's Revolutionary Party. Hey! Absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. If he's turning over a new leaf, it's just a desperate attempt to be clear of things for his pass into the pearly gates. But will he even get in there? No, he won't. How about Chile, 1977? I'm pretty sure that was in there. 1970. I guess not. So we need to add that to Wikipedia. Bolivia, 2019. Honduras, 2009. Yeah. 2019 wasn't on there. And Honduras, GH, isn't even in this list. How dare you go on an apology tour? America doesn't make mistakes. Oh no, this wasn't an apology tour. I was pointing out exactly how many times the United States has interfered for freedom. And the freedom, as was explicitly, they also, son of a bitch. The freedom that America assisted with was private property rights and foreign investment into Mongolia. That's the freedom America brings. Disgusting. All of the assassination attempts on Castro and Chavez, yep, that's... yeah. I used to be an avid Democrat supporter when I was a little younger. Then I realized if my country was democratic, our democracy would instantly be tampered with by foreign actors. This is not to say that I like monarchy, but what can you do? What can you do? What you can do, if I may, is vote for secession in 2028 as President of the United States of America. As President, secession will make sure that the United States foreign policy changes from attacking socialist, democratic, or communist nations to turn them into capitalist corporatocracies, and to ensure that those people maintain their autonomy and their sovereignty, rather than becoming subjugates of the United States empire and her allies. How did I do? Oh, and during the Arab Spring in 2010, when there were 14 million people in the streets of Egypt, Hillary wanted to go and help Mubarak stay in power. She bragged about it in her book. I wonder why it didn't sell. Hold on a second. Oh my goodness, I need to shave. Apparently, I got itchy nose hairs. My bad. Not very professional or presidential. I get that. I'm sorry. I could be like Hasanabi. Just kidding. Maybe he does pick his nose live. I don't know. But yeah, the Arab Spring wasn't on there. Neither was the European Spring, because there was a European unrest too for a while there. I am moving to America right now, getting a citizenship and voting for you, just for me. Appreciate it, brother. Get all your friends. The SaSeshen is bringing foreign agents to vote for him. Nope. I'm bringing foreigners to America to become citizens to vote for me. I'm not just bringing illegals over the border to vote for me, which is also not possible, by the way. Even if Democrats were bringing migrants over the border, you can't vote with a green card. You can't vote with a visa. Thou musteth be a citizen to vote in America. We went over this. We can go over it again, but still. Let's see. 1 second here. I am managing multiple chats and windows, so apologize for that. I'm working on it. Today, oh my God, why would she write that she killed her dog yesterday? Make Hillary president regardless of what's in her book. She was the one that killed her dog? I thought that was somebody else. I thought that was a celebrity. Oh. I heard it, but I didn't see it. Ugh. Does that mean... Crap. I need to move that up on the screen so it isn't covered. Oops. Thank you for the follow. Asmaris, thank you. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciate. Hi, Asmaris. I was comparing both. Oh, okay, I see. That was Noam. Okay. I did put 2 and 2 together, Asmaris, but on the internet, we try to not use the names that we go by on social media to avoid doxing. Let's see if I can refresh the chat. I don't know if I can refresh it. Here, we'll just do 1 second real fast. Nobody say anything for like 1 second. Let it refresh. A max of 10 seconds. Okay, come on. Hide chat when idle for 10 seconds. Come on. Okay, well. Oh, because I didn't click it. Hold on, wait. Don't type for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. I can't use my hands. There we go. All right. Everybody can talk again. Never mind. I don't know how to refresh chat. Wait, I would just have to go and actually refresh it, wouldn't I? Can I pin? Don't want to pin. Oh my goodness. Anyway, getting off topic here. Just in the future, don't give your real name on stream, please. Don't do that. What were we talking about? We were talking about American interventionism and how even Wikipedia is like running out of things to list. I'm actually shocked because you would think there would be more recent articles talking about this, given especially the current events happening across the globe. Speaking of Egypt, America is supporting a military guy who staged a coup against the one and only Egyptian democratic leader. Exactly. And when Turkey had their military coup, wasn't America involved in that as well? I'm 48. I'm old enough to be your mother. I mean, yeah. Yeah, technically, yeah. Oh, unless you meant AZV. My bad. Please don't leave. As president, I will work on my reading comprehension skills so I don't put my foot in my mouth. Let's see. The far right's invitation for foreign interference in U.S. elections. Yikes, that's a freaking cap20 americanprogress.org. That's an article. But that is also true. There have been some outspoken, and it's not just the right, it's also the left. It's like, I wish Russia would invade America so we could have communism. I wish China would invade America so we can have communism. And the Republicans are doing the same thing so that we can have authoritarianism, which we already have. I don't think a 20-year-old can get adopted. As president of these United States, I will allow 20-year-olds to get adopted so that they too may find a home with which to rest and feel covered and nurtured by. So they do not have to wander alone as a lonely 20-year-old adult in a foreign, uncaring, unkind land. My ad libs are a bit, I'm not Eminem, unfortunately. Actually, you can. I just saw that yesterday. Well, there you have it. You could do a lot worse. She actually likes her children. Let's see. The U.S. is the biggest election meddler of them all, new book claims. And this is from September 7th, 2020. How much have we meddled in since then, folks? And it's more of an interview. But the point is, America has been election tampering for ages. And that's not okay. That shouldn't be our foreign policy. If anything, we should encourage democratic and socialist nations to emerge. Because if it is such a bad thing, then we can help them. And then we can give them, capitalism. But if it works out for them, then, hey, guess what? We'll make even more money, because if we're already capitalist and that country's doing well with not being capitalist but still making money, we can still make money with them. We can still trade. The idea with international relationships is to trade, whether that's resources, whether that's goods, or whether that's culture. That should be the ideal, not we don't like lack of capitalism. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, that's Russian. We don't like their lack of capitalism. We want to bring you some freedom, America style. Can't have that. Chappelle comments on Israel-Hamas war. Yeah, we don't need to watch that. And these are all from 7 months ago. Ben Shapiro talks about Israel and Hamas and why he would never support Biden over Trump. Shocker, being as how he throats the boot of Trump every chance he gets. What else do we got here? 7-month stuff. Not a whole lot. Let's go back to YouTube home. And let's see. There's Mark Lamont Hill talking about Breonna Joy Gray. What else do we got? What do we need to talk about next? We got about 45 minutes left to sit here and chat. We could play some games. I know it's Twitch. We shockingly, we could actually play some video games. We could see how bad I am at Age of Empires, because we wouldn't have that much time to do Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy just happens to take, because of the unable to sync with Steam Cloud. That's unfortunate. Am I really not able to play games and stream at the same time? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Oh my God. I need to get out of here so quickly. All right. European election. Which European election? Europe is a continent. Oh, the parliament. I see. France's Macron. EU Made Simple. MSNBC. CBS. TLDR News. That sounds interesting. Let's do TLDR News.
We're Zounds, the online music shop that gets...
And skip.
Brought to you by
play.
Brilliant. Last weekend, nearly 200 million
Trump getting booed.
to elect the
Oh, that's a good one too. Yeah.
Of the European Parliament. Going into the election, the big story was about how the polls were predicting a surge for the so-called far right. But while the right did make gains, their success was mostly driven by electoral dynamics in just a couple of countries, notably France and Germany, and the overall picture was complicated by a
Das ist nicht gut. The last time the alt-right got influence in Germany, we had World War II and the Holocaust. The definitive genocide. The one that pushed other genocides over the edge, like, yeah, maybe this is not okay. That same Germany that committed such atrocities during war that spanned the Napoleonic eras, the Crusades, World War I, committed such atrocities that the Geneva Conventions needed to be ratified, and that war crimes had to be defined and established, and the international community had to actually create an organization to punish alt-right Germany. That's not a good look that there are alt-right gains happening today in Germany, knowing German history. Germans knowing German history, no less. That's not good. France is surprising, though, because they riot over everything. So it's actually shocking that the alt-right movement would have any feet whatsoever in an extremely left-leaning country like France. But
more general fragmentation of European politics. So in this video, we're going to take a look at what happened at last weekend's election, why it was a good result for the right, at least in some countries, and what might happen next.
Bro, I don't know what's going on in Germany.
If you haven't already.
Scary shit, apparently. I mean, I'm not saying we have a second Hitler in Germany. That's not what they're saying either. They're saying there were gains made in the alt-right from Germany. But yeah, that's scary.
Please consider subscribing.
And I don't care, buddy.
Roughly relative to each country's population size, although smaller EU member states generally get slightly more seats per capita. France, Germany, Spain, and Italy, for instance, all have around 800,000 people per MEP, while the EU's smallest members, namely Estonia, Cyprus, Luxembourg, and Malta, all have less than 200,000 people per MEP. Nonetheless, the big EU countries still have by far and away the most seats in the parliament, which means that what can look like European-wide trends are sometimes actually just country-level trends. For instance, it looks like the Renew group lost a fair number of seats this time round, but this is mainly because of Macron's Renaissance-led coalition, which has become significantly less popular since the last European elections in 2019. Anyway, the other important thing to understand is that MEPs and their parties usually form larger European-level groups, which include more than one European party. MEPs are incentivized to organize intergroups for a variety of reasons. Not only is there a political advantage to working together with like-minded colleagues, but groups also have some formal privileges within the parliament, including
You saw the same charts I just saw. There's very few colors on that chart, and then the differentiations between those colors are getting smaller and smaller. Again, the human race is a social race. We are a social species. We are a people that like to get together, and we like to do this. So the fact that the EU Parliament is becoming more homogenous, or rather polarized, clear lines, sure. Okay, there's blocks, fine. It's better than America, right? But the fact that there's becoming a clear divide of where everything is sitting is not a good thing. Not at all. Deeply concerning. But that's another problem with representative government systems. If the person that's representing isn't representing in good faith, what do you think's going to happen? The other thing is, if representatives are also influenced by private interest, i.e. money, bribery, corruption, then it doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on if you can be influenced or bought. So deeply concerning how stratified that is becoming. Deeply concerning that the alt-right is beginning to get more of a foothold in Europe, which is significantly more left-leaning than in America. And why is it happening? Oshun makes a very valid point. It's probably freaking out about immigrants. And where are those immigrants coming from? The Middle East. Why are they coming from the Middle East? U.S. foreign policy. So we are hurting our own allies by stirring up a hornet's nest in the Middle East, weakening NATO, which is already weakening, and is one of the reasons why the Ukraine-Russia proxy war is happening. I don't know how else to really convey that the current administration and the policy of the president for the past 30 years or so has been wrong. It has just outright been wrong. Too much interventionism, too much military influence, too much imperialism, too much destabilization of various regions and sovereign states, and not enough, I don't know, being a global partner. Like, crazy how getting along with people makes them want to work with you. It's exactly why China is becoming the dominant economic power globally and able to make all of these economic treaties with South America, Africa, and Asia. It's almost as if by not being bastards, they're endearing themselves to their neighbors. Probably most of them are Muslims or Ukrainians, unfortunately. Yeah, because of American foreign policy. Remember that stop hitting yourself prank. U.S. foreign policy is like that, but it's saying stop blowing up your own homes in regards to over the border. Exactly. U.S. foreign policy was, and always has been the problem in the Middle East and Europe and Asia and Africa and South America. Crazy how there's a common denominator. Every single time. Every single time. Sure, Wikipedia says Russia got their hands dirty a few times. Fine, so did China. But for the most part, the destabilization is because of the United States. Chinese influences are usually economic. They are trying to take over markets and spheres of influence because that's what they've done historically. Since pre-ancient times, China has indebted the countries, their neighbors, to them through trade. And that's how they've always kept and maintained their power and their influence, and why they have been such a dominant force in human history for millennia. Russia, it's just Russia. Russia does what Russia does, right? It is what it is. But they're also trying to get their influence out there. And then, of course, Europe, trying to do their thing. It's just, in the case of America, we're doing it so poorly now that it's beginning to literally, unironically, no pun intended, blow up in our faces.
Including a staff allocation and financial subsidies. A group must have at least 23 MEPs from at least 7 different member states.
Well, there you go.
Currently, there are 7 groups in the chamber. From left to right, these are the Left, the Green European Free Alliance, the Socialists and Democrats, Renew Europe, the European People's Party, the European Conservatives and Reformists, and Identity and Democracy. Groups elect MEP leaders who enjoy certain procedural powers, but the de facto leader is usually the leader of the biggest party within that group. For example, Giorgia Meloni is widely considered the de facto leader of the ECR, while Macron is widely considered the de facto leader of Renew. Anyway, going into the election, the composition of the European Parliament was as follows. The EPP had 176 MEPs, the Socialists and Democrats had 139, Renew had 102, the Greens had 71, the ECR had 69, Identity and Democracy had 49, the Left had 37, and the remaining 62 MEPs were what's known as non-inscrits, i.e. without a group. According to current projections as of morning, after this weekend's elections, this is how things have changed. The EPP won 8 more seats, taking their total to 184. The Socialists and Democrats have maintained the same number of MEPs with 139, although because the parliament has grown in size, this means that their share of MEPs has slightly fallen. Renew have lost 22 MEPs, taking their total to 80. The ECR won 4 more seats, taking their total to 73. Identity and Democracy won 9 more seats, taking their total to 58. The Greens lost 19 seats, taking their total to 52. The Left lost 1 seat, taking their total to 36. And the number of non-inscript MEPs rose by 36, for a total of 98.
Wow.
Now, in general, we should be wary of drawing definite conclusions from these results, because voters in different countries treat these elections very differently. In some countries, European elections are treated as distinctly European, with voters supporting parties that they think best affect their preferred EU-level policies. In others, EU elections are treated as essentially domestic affairs, with voters using them to express satisfaction or dissatisfaction with their incumbent national government. And in some countries, there's very little interest in European elections at all, which is sort of understandable, given that, according to various studies, a large number of European citizens neither care about them nor understand them. Nonetheless,
that's a good pause point. Just like in America, people don't know why it matters to vote. People don't know why care about who the president is. We survived Trump, we survived Bush, we survived Obama, we survived Biden, we survived Clinton, we survived other Bush, Reagan, and all the way back down through to the revolution, right? We survived bad presidents and we've had good presidents. So what difference does it make? America is going to keep churning along because America. There's that. The second part is, well, there's nobody good to vote for, so why would I care? Then there's, well, I don't like their policies, but this person is at least doing the one thing that I do care about, so I'm going to vote for them, even though the rest of their policies are hot garbage, right? Europe is just as susceptible to this as we are, because we, as human beings, are fallible. And government, in general, is a fallible system because it's ran by people. Now, I'm not saying give in to our AI overlords. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying Mark Zuckerberg is an AI Terminator in disguise. I'm not saying that either, right? What I am saying is that any country whose citizenry does not believe in the electoral process, in the democratic process, or doesn't understand it, has failed in educating their people and truly enforcing the idea that it is in the citizens' best interest to engage in the democratic processes, because, well, it is. You don't like high rents or high cost of living? That's politics. You don't like companies price gouging food like bread, eggs, and milk? That's politics. You don't like the high gas prices? That's politics. You don't like the fact that you don't get sick days or you have to ask permission to use them? Politics. You don't like the fact that you can just get fired for no reason? Politics. You don't like the fact that women have the right to choose or should have the right to choose. You don't like the fact that women have the right to choose. That's politics. You don't like the fact that you can go into debt for getting health care. That's politics. You don't like the fact that you can get into debt for going to school. That's politics. You don't like the minimum wage. That's politics. You don't like how much you're getting taxed. That's definitely politics. Everything that you don't like or do like is politics. Well, I want to be able to get this for free. Still politics. Less of a concern. That's a luxury good. But it's still politics. If you don't like something about society, or you want to change something in society, or that it could be better, or that it's too horrible or horrific, that's politics. And not knowing how to express that constructively or non-constructively is a failure of your government, or a deliberate effort of your government to silence you, to prevent you from taking action. Why isn't civics taught in America anymore? Because they don't want you to be civically engaged, period. That's where future president SaSeshen comes into play. And by the way, we're probably changing this to my actual name once I can, but just to keep it simple, we're going to stick to the branding, right? And the same is true in Europe. Although Europe is more politically engaged and more politically inclined and more politically literate, clearly there is a growing number of the electorate that is not. And that's why conservative alt-right ideology is becoming more prevalent. The reason why conservatism wins and why it is successful in its messaging is because it preys on ignorance. I said it, I meant it, it's the facts. Let's see. Just make great robots and make them run everything. Problem solved. I mean, there was a movie about that. There were several movies about that, and it doesn't work out well for the humans. Oshun had passed along a meme of the minimum wage didn't increase in areas where supermarket prices increased. Exactly. If we raise minimum wages, the cost of goods will go up. So we didn't raise minimum wage, but the cost of goods went up anyway. Exactly, my point. Or at fast food places too, I guess, except, yeah, exactly. I'm glad you brought this up because now I can bring up that something needs to be done about school textbook companies omitting historical information. Or the fact that school boards can elect people to then ban books and rewrite history and curriculum to fit their own personal ideologies or agenda without having to have any sort of background in education or a license to teach. The only elected position in this country that requires you to have any credentials whatsoever are judges. Judges require you to have a law degree. Every single judgeship in the country requires you to have a law degree. You can be sheriff of this country and be a pot-smoking hippie. You can be a sheriff in this country and be a pot-smoking hippie without having been an officer or done any sort of criminal justice courses whatsoever. You can be president of the United States without a degree. Governor, senator, same thing. You can be on the school board without being an engineer or having a degree or having a teacher's license. You can be... I don't think I misspoke. I don't think you have to have an engineering degree. County engineer requirements. I don't think you need them. Education and experience. A typical way to obtain the knowledge and abilities. County engineer. I'm fairly certain as an elected position. Minimum qualifications, additional license. I guess if you're hired as a county engineer, you are obligated to have those credentials. Okay, that's fine if you're hired. But if you're elected, you don't need them, which is scary when you think about it. Most of the positions that are elected in this country do not require any sort of credentials whatsoever to prove your capability. I mean, honestly, if you're running for federal office and you can't even talk about the Bill of Rights, I mean, come on. Low-hanging fruit. I protect, to swear, and uphold the Constitution of the United States. Okay, tell me about it. I don't know a thing about it. How the hell can you be a representative or a senator or a president or a Supreme Court justice if you don't even know the damn Constitution? Minimum standards. Check out www.samronan.com/issues. I watch Jeopardy, and they have information in that. From time to time say, why isn't this in history books? Why didn't my teachers add in that information? I saw a special about Japan moving close to taking over Australia after Pearl Harbor, and I asked, why was this omitted when I went to school? Yeah, but in practice, I would assume that no one who doesn't have a history degree, for example, would be hired as a history high school teacher. Also not true in America. You just have to have a general teaching degree and a general teaching license. And in the state of Florida, you just have to be the spouse of a military member to be a teacher of students of various curricula in Florida. Can I say Florida again and only needing to be the spouse of a military member? That's it. That's the only credentials you need. When I was in high school in Georgia, we watched the movie Gone with the Wind in history class. That movie portrays the slaves as being happy and part of the family. Also, we were taught about the War of Northern Regression, not the Civil War. This was in the 90s. It explains a lot. I had my mom teach me differently. Many of my classmates didn't. And that is, in fact, mind-boggling. Which, again, goes to show that when it comes to standards of education, standards of history in general being taught in America, there isn't even homogeny among that, which goes back to the point of history is written by the victor, and in some cases, history is rewritten by the loser to spite the victor. What does being the spouse of a military member have to do with teaching? That, my dear AZV, is a very, very good question that an astronomical amount of people in America, including Florida, asked the governor when passing that legislation. And the answer is reasons. There's a teacher shortage, and that seemed the best thing to do at the time. Yeah, it was a stopgap to address the teacher shortage. And apparently being the spouse of a military member might imply that you would have kids, and therefore you might be able to deal with kids. And it's kindergarten and elementary school and high school anyway, so come on. How hard can it even be? They don't even talk about the taxes, or that taxes were pretty reasonable during colonial times, right before all the protests and the tea dumping. Oh, and never mind that those were definitely not peaceful protests. Dumping tea in the harbor, that's destruction of property. We can't have that in America. And it's a way to suck up to the military, which doesn't really matter at the state level because, again, it's the military. But it does rile up the base. Sucking up to the military and being bootlickers really appeals to the alt-right conservatives who just really want to be told what to do. And honestly, I don't understand then why they have a problem with socialism at that point and communism, because that's still the government telling you what to do. It's telling you what to do without taking away anything of your rights, freedoms, or privileges. Whereas authoritarianism, you would have even less say in what you can do with your life and have even less access to your social safety nets like hospitals. I don't understand that personally. I really don't. Isn't being the spouse of a teacher at least a little more reasonable? Yes. Yes, it is. Logically, anyway. I mean, just because you married a teacher doesn't mean you know how to teach either, but at least you could deal and see like, oh, wow, she's stressed out. I want no part of this. You know what I mean? And she's getting paid trash. I want no part of that. Not... Up. Yes, I have even been saying recently, why are you celebrating the 4th of July after dumping on about destruction of property is wrong? I mean, if you ever wanted a non-violent protest, actively taking up arms against your colonial master is pretty not peaceful. Not to mention that the 4th of July was not the day the Declaration was signed, it came weeks later, which is also not directly taught in schools. I'm surprised that they didn't say that cops' wives could be teachers too. Yeah, actually, surprisingly, you would think, given that it is more likely to venerate cops as a military force of a state or local level than it is the actual military. Oh, and that's actually why the police are so well funded at the state and local levels, because they do serve as the armed wing of that level of government. Meaning, if the mayor doesn't like something that's happening, they can just use the police as their literal hit squad to shut things down, which is exactly why stopping protests through the use of force of police is in direct violation of the constitutionally protected First Amendment, right? And especially when the state government calls in the National Guard to do the same. Where were we? Oh, the European Union.
There are at least two pretty clear trends at the European level. The first is fragmentation. This is most obviously apparent in both the fact that only the EPP has more than 20% of all MEPs, and we now have 4 groups with between 50 and 80 MEPs. but also in the number of non-inscrit MEPs, which has increased dramatically. There's also been fragmentation within and between groups. As we've covered in a previous video, the European right is divided on a variety of issues, including Ukraine and European integration. But the European centre is also increasingly divided. For instance, the coalition that backed von der Leyen in 2019, which mostly comprised the EPP, the Socialists and Democrats and Renew, is increasingly divided over stuff like the Green New Deal, immigration and further European expansion.
Left-wing infighting, folks. Shocker. Absolutely shocking that there is left-wing infighting anywhere, right? We all want to save the trees and fix the planet and give everybody unicorns and sunshine, right? We're all lefties. We all want the same things. Why not say that, Ocean? They want armed teachers anyway. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one, pop culture. That's a good one. They want to arm teachers, may as well give them their spouse's gun. What is that? 2 birds, 1 stone? Yeah. Very good point. But European Union with their left-wing infighting is just this is the other reason why right-wing extremism and ideology continues to grow or never is really ever snuffed out. It's because there is homogeny. There is common cause amongst conservatives. They will band together regardless of the infinitesimally differences of nuances of opinion, because the overall message is the same and that's agreed upon, and they're going to gun for it. Whereas with left-wingers, those nuances and those slight differences of fragmentation of ideology is where everybody, no pun intended, plants their flag and is willing to die on that hill, which is absolutely stupid. Absolutely stupid. The sooner the left realizes that they are their own worst enemy, the sooner we can actually get to the thing of, like, I don't know, taking care of humanity, governing, and getting into outer space to traverse the galaxy and become space cowboys. The sooner the left figures that out, the sooner we can be having coffee and cookies and cream and tea and whatever other nonsense you can get from a cafe on Mars, the moon, Alpha Centauri. Instead, this leftist infighting and fragmentation of, well, I care about the trees more than you care about animals, is going to literally kill us. It is literally going to pave the way for more alt-right extremism. It is currently doing that. It literally is proving that in that video. And it's happening here in America. It's why we have Biden. It's why we have Trump, because we couldn't band together after Bernie stopped running for office. We couldn't just keep it together. Nope. We had to fragment and do our own thing. I could spend the next 17 minutes complaining about that. I really could. Because even when I was running for DNC chair, even when I was popular and nationally recognized, I said these things to other leftist organizations, and they hated it. They're like, who the hell do you think you are, coming into the Slack channel that we invited you to speak on and give your very valid opinion about how we should be working together and not just, wasting everybody's time? Insane, the cognitive dissonance of the left. Insane, the brutality of the right, but insane, the unwillingness of not working together with the left when they fundamentally have the same ideology and the same end goals. If you want universal health care, you need to fight for education. If you want to fight for universal education, you got to fight for a higher minimum wage and tax reform and environmental protections and infrastructure reform and. Why? Why do you have to fight for everything all at once? Because it's all connected. And if you go to my website, www.samronan.com/issues, you'll see all of those policies and exactly how they're interconnected. And as president, as we've discussed several times, those are the policies that I would fight for and that I would shove down the throats of every single one of the members of Congress. until it passes in my first 100 days or sooner. Why? Because that's my job, to be the checks and balance to the legislative branch and the judicial branch. It is my job to represent the American people, and it is my job to ensure that their voices are heard. That's as simple as it is, folks. That's how difficult it is to achieve unity and the things that we need in this country. Somebody with the spine and willingness to fight for it, and then all of us coming together to recognize that all of these things are literally one word: life. Maybe they're three different words: life, liberty, and happiness. Did I just quote the Constitution in the most epic American way to provide the needs of the American people and summarize what all of these universal programs and economic reforms and infrastructural reforms actually amount to? Life, liberty, and happiness. Crazy how that all works. Sorry, I didn't sleep well last night, so I might be a little ornery right now. That's not playing, is it? I just switched.
This means that even though they collectively won a majority, governing would be more difficult this time around. The second is a shift to the right. Every group to the right of Renew won seats, while every group to the left of, and including Renew, saw their share of MEPs decrease, with an especially sharp drop for both Renew and the Greens. It's also worth noting that the non-inscript group mostly included parties on the European right, like Germany's AfD, Hungary's Fidesz, and Poland's Confederation, who could plausibly join or cooperate with either Identity and Democracy or the ECR in the future, or even form their own new group.
Okay. So, that brings a very interesting but troubling point. Silence aids the oppressor. Silence is complicity. Being independent does not mean you are neutral. Being independent means that on paper you seem neutral, but if your ranks are filled with alt-right type of ideology, guess what that makes your neutrality? Aiding and abetting the alt-right and conservative ideology. There is no such thing as neutrality in politics. There is centrism in politics, having left-leaning and right-leaning ideas and values and beliefs and aspirations. That part exists. But neutrality does not. It just doesn't. By not taking a side, you're taking a side. You're taking a side of whichever one is in the majority or whichever one is gaining support. And so if you're going to try to remain neutral on the side that is gaining support, which is in this case the conservatives and the alt-right, then you are complicit with whatever their agenda is. Automod is checking my comment, so it's not been sent, so I'm revising it. Bunch of toddlers. You can't call my guy or lady a insert insult. She broke the glass ceiling, provided the blueprint to give women the power to rise up in politics to be in office too. The View is a good example of toddler time. Whoopi Goldberg leading the charge of sit down and shut up progressives. So two things, that, but also the mods. I purposely set the moderation to be extremely high because of the bad acting that this channel is going to inevitably attract. I've already had followers trying to dox my address by using my address as their follower name. So that's why the moderation is so heavy. Not that I'm afraid of death threats or anything, but I also don't want Twitch to ban my channel because the N-word is thrown across the screen or something like that, right? Yeah, no, I'm just explaining why. But yes, The View, that's about the most liberal Karen group that you can find, right? A bunch of rich, wealthy women talking about middle-class issues from the perspective of rich, middle-class women. So, of course, there's going to be a disconnect from reality, which is funny, too, because The View is supposed to be balanced and taking in multiple viewpoints. Hence the name, right? But where's the engineer, the doctor, the teacher, and the gig worker, right? Where are these people in the conversation? Where's the me? Where's the you? It's just Whoopi Goldberg and her rich friends. It's insane to me. Why is neutrality even considered a good thing? Who would stay neutral on something like Palestine? So would someone neutral think oppression is not wrong? Hit the nail on the head. It's the paradox of tolerance. It's the paradox of tolerance. If you tolerate intolerance, you then enable intolerance, which erodes tolerance, right? So in order to be tolerant, you must be intolerant of intolerance, which makes the tolerance itself not tolerant, right? It's the paradox. The idea of neutrality is, well, I'm not picking sides, so I can be friends with anybody. Peace, love, heart, yay, gang, gang. When in reality is one side is fighting for the right to exist. The other is trying to take that right away. And by saying, well, I don't take any sides, you are enabling the side that wants to take rights away because you are not lending more voice to the side that is trying to fight to exist. Does that make sense? You are only ever aiding the oppressor because the oppressor simply needs to outlast the resistance, and they rely on apathy. That's why low voter turnout almost guarantees conservative victories in elections, and high voter turnout almost guarantees liberal elections. That's historical. That's any country, anywhere, during any time of history. Neutrality is always encouraged by the oppressor, by the ruling class, by the ones with power. What Automod took issue with was that shut up part and my saying you can't say duty. Well, you can now, apparently, because I didn't change the rules. Neutrality can be violence. It absolutely can. If, for instance, you see a cop kneeling on a black man's neck and two other cops standing by, keeping a lookout for the cop standing on a black man's neck in public, and you see that and keep walking, you have effectively ensured that black man's death. If you are then pulling out your camera to record it, you're taking action that is somewhat benefiting the black man, but you're not necessarily preventing his death. So that's still erring on the side of neutrality. You're taking an action, but you're not taking the action. Had a single citizen stopped any of those officers from aiding or participating in or contributing to the death of George Floyd would not be dead. Therefore, by taking a side of neutrality or nonviolence or non-action, you aided and abetted the police officers in killing an innocent man without due process. Is that a good example of neutrality and why never, ever neutrality is a good thing? Neutrality is violence. It does kill just as effectively as if you were the one kneeling on his neck. Yeah, or enabling anti-Semitism. Does anybody even know what it means who says you're enabling it? Remember on The View when someone said, if Trump bans immigrants, who will clean his toilets? Most out-of-touch thing I heard in a while. Both of those things, pretty valid. Anti-Semitism, right? That's why I banned... My first day streaming, there was a guy ranting about Jews are Israel and Israel are Jews, therefore Jews are bad. And I'm like, no, that's not how that works. Israel is Zionism. Zionism is the state of Israel. They believe they are above all else because they're God's chosen people. The Jewish people are a faith. They are a religion. You don't have to be from the Middle East to be Jewish, or Israel or Palestine to be Jewish. You just have to believe in that faith. And it is culture, it is heritage, but it isn't race. That was the argument he was making. And we looked it up on Wikipedia and read it out loud for the whole world to hear and see. And he still would not stop with his anti-Semitic remarks. So banned him. Jamal Bowman is enabling Team Red policies by not supporting Team Blue policies. And I just found out a pro-Israel PAC was behind some of the anti-Jamal ads. Go figure. Even more so in the case when Penny choked Jordan Neely on the train here in New York City. I was shocked no one jumped in because people here usually do. Again, when you fear the oppressor or retaliation or your own safety over that of your fellow man, the oppressor has won. We are an oppressed people, folks. Like, yes, as the future president, I am still going to say we are an oppressed people, and the illusion of democracy is what keeps the circus going round and round, which is why, because the illusion still exists, it means it can still be utilized. It means we don't have to resort to redacted measures to redact it our way into power to unredact the things that have been redacted in our country, right? So my point is, democracy is under threat. We are absolutely being subjugated by our elected leaders and those people in power. 100%. If you had the right to bear arms, if you truly had the right to conceal carry or open carry, you couldn't be killed at a traffic stop and no cop would get away scot-free. Doesn't matter what your skin color. But because they can get away with murdering black people, it's also tacitly saying that black people can't carry guns. White people can, maybe sometimes. See where I'm going with this? Everything is politics, and neutrality is only ever supporting the side of the oppressor. Speaking on George Floyd, it's insane how some people are trying to convince others that he died of an OD. So the guy sitting on his neck had nothing to do with his passing. How insane would you be to think that? Ben Shapiro, insane. Tucker Carlson, insane. Andrew Tate, insane. And every single one of their followers, insane. Now, granted, the individuals themselves might not be. They're the grifters, right? The Bens and the Tuckers and all them. But the people who follow them are being misled because they are easily influenced, because they are without direction, and they accidentally found themselves in front of that rhetoric instead of better rhetoric, such as, hey, maybe we shouldn't allow our cops to indiscriminately kill people, regardless of their race or drug addledness. I'm tiny, 5'3", and I have intervened in situations like Neely's. Again, there are no excuses for not doing the right thing. Yes, could you put yourself at risk? Sure. But at what cost would not acting charge create? What would be the cost of you not acting? That's the phrase. I don't know how many dozens or scores or hundreds of people were around George Floyd when he was getting killed, but if just one of them had stepped forward, that entire group would have as well, and George Floyd would be alive today. He might have gone to prison or jail or whatever, fine, because our criminal justice system sucks. And as the future president, I will address that because checks and balances. However, when these kinds of things happen, it is our civic responsibility to intervene because it is criminal misconduct to abuse your power as an officer. It is criminal misconduct to extrajudicially kill citizens without due process. Doesn't matter if you are charged or accused of a crime. You have to go through the process before you can be sentenced. Hence why Trump was free for so many years, despite all the crimes he has been committing. I'm just baffled by the George Floyd conspiracy theorists. We saw the video of the cop sitting on his neck. Then again, what's his face? Alex Jones spread the conspiracy theory that the parents of the Sandy Hook shooting were crisis actors. And a lot of people believed him. And then he got sued for $1.4 billion. So hopefully, the people who are spreading conspiracy theories about George Floyd also get sued for $1.4 billion. Yeah, or they're just racists. I'm glad the cop got many years in jail, as am I. Honestly, I don't feel like we should necessarily stop the stream, but there are two things that I need to address right now. First, I am very hungry. Very hungry. It is dinner time. I need to eat. I need to turn on my AC because it's also getting very hot. And my throat is also very sore. And I need to be drinking some water. So my question is, if I'm nibbling away on food and continuing to have the stream, is that going to be something that everybody's okay with? Or do we do a 5-minute break or something? I don't know what the courtesy, the social nicety is on Twitch with regards to breaks and eating, because I think we're doing pretty good here. I got to say that the guy running for president this year, Ramaswamy, was bouncing all over the place, was saying we need to do better, which wasn't genuine. You aren't bouncing all over the place like you're on stimulants, which isn't good. Oh, which is good. I'm not doing that. Yeah, okay, I see. He also got stabbed during Thanksgiving weekend. Yep, he did. The cop who killed George Floyd. Go ahead and eat. Hassan eats on camera. Okay, well, give me a second. I'm going to step up, do some stuff. We'll do a 2-minute break or something like that, all right? Just a couple minutes, 2-minute break. Everybody grab a snack, go to the restroom, breathe, see some sunshine. I don't know. We'll just do a quick 2-minute break, all right? All right. So I was able to get some noms. I have a nice little napkin because I only have the one vest and I don't want to ruin it. And hopefully my table manners don't get me canceled on stream. So I have le fork and le knife, and we will have a nice chicken meal and mashed potatoes. so that I don't keel over on stream. So let's see. He survived the stabbing, but it was good to hear he got stabbed like a turkey. And thank you, Asmaris, for the speech. Yeah, there's little you can do to atone for such a vile act. They also know each other, which adds another element to the case. So somebody that he put in prison stabbed him. That's impressive. Which, ooh, hot. Which also brings another point that is not discussed often enough. The extremely low barrier to entry to officers in this country, the sheer minimal amount of training that they require in order to carry a badge and a gun, and the fact that in, if not every state, if not necessarily, I think it's actually upheld at the Supreme Court level, no less, that officers do not have to actually know the law that they are arresting you for in order to be complied with. Meaning, they can make up a law on the spot, arrest you, detain you, and you have to comply with them because they think they're in the right. That's how screwed up the American criminal justice system is. What games do I play? And no, I meant George Floyd and the officer knew each other before the incident. Oh, which, yeah, still a problem. Yeah, because I guess they went to school together or something like that. There was some interaction that they had that was pretty mundane. Thank you for the... There it is. Ruben Faras, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. We're eating dinner because I will pass out if I don't eat on time. I don't know if that's good necessarily. I've been checked for diabetes in the past and it's not that. So you need more training to be a hairdresser. And hello, Ruben Faras. To your other question though, AZV, I like to play Age of Empires, Final Fantasy XIV, Final Fantasy in general. Dark Souls games. I'm more of an RPG, RTS kind of game. But when I play RTSs and all those kinds of games, I tend to play in the most boring way possible. I like to build up my military, for instance. I like to shore up my defenses. I like to make sure my economy is good to go. And then, with the full might of my army and my legions, I will lay waste to the enemy scum. And then the leftist side of me just goes out the window and it's scorched earth. However, I've learned to be more engaging when streaming. So we could play some games, but apparently not here because the stream signal is so weak, or the internet signal is so weak here, that we will lose connection. Who is my favorite founding parent? Okay, I was wondering where you're going with that. I was like, who's my favorite? That's actually a good question. I'm gonna have to think about that for a second. Because the founding fathers are traditionally not the people who signed the Declaration of Independence, but four specific people: Washington, Franklin, Jefferson, and Thompson, right? If I had to pick from those four people, well, I mean, okay, George Washington, the first president, general during the war, not very effective because we didn't have resources and it was a French and English proxy war. You had Benjamin Franklin, the first millionaire in America, who was also a womanizing scumbag. Thomas Jefferson, who he kept his slaves, if I'm not mistaken. Treated them well. So that would be Washington, Jefferson, Franklin, Johnson? Did I say Johnson? I don't remember who the fourth father is now. The fourth founding parent. We're gonna have to check that out real quick. Let's see. Founding fathers. Yes, thank you. Oh, here we go. John Adams, Samuel Adams, Benjamin. Oh, okay, so it is everybody who signed the Declaration. I wasn't certain about that. I thought it was the big four. Okay. That's better, because in that case, Samuel Adams. Why? Not just because we share a great name, because, I mean, we do, but... Beer, baby! That's not a serious answer, I'm sorry. I can't honestly say that I'd have a favorite because all of them were problematic, but all of them also had good points. Like John Hancock wanted to, get away from the British government, and I think he was actually pro-indigenous people and freeing the slaves. I think he was on that side, so he was probably a good guy. I genuinely have no idea about Livingston, Henry Lee, John Jay, Roger Sherman, Peyton Randolph, Robert Morris, George Mason, James Madison. Yeah, I have nothing. I have no idea about any of those guys. Well, obviously George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Hancock, Hamilton, Franklin, Adams, and Adams. They're Elden Ring is great if you haven't tried it yet. Oh, let me tell you about Elden Ring, my friend. I'm 34 years old now. I'll be 35 this year. Which is why I can run for president, right? And when I tried streaming 2 years ago, and I say tried, I was streaming. I made it to affiliate. Thank you all for helping me get there. My job had then started screwing with my schedules, which meant I couldn't consistently stream, and my sleep schedule was actually making it hard for me to do my job. That notwithstanding, one of the games I was trying to stream without being political, I was trying to tie it in, but Elden Ring is actually pretty hard. I got my ass handed to me in Elden Ring so consistently, so repeatedly that it wasn't fun for me to stream anymore. That game, and I hadn't built up the engagement skill set that you need, right? Because where's my controller at? Right here. I don't even think, because I don't even think you'd be able to see me play, right? So like this is the controller. And, it's all connected. So, right, I'd be playing like this. Staring at the screen, you'd see the Elden Ring, I'd be here. It'd be actually closer to something like this, right? So Elden Ring would be up here. I'd be playing like this. You wouldn't even see me, so maybe I'd be like this, just so you could see that I'm playing something. And you would just see me like this. It was pretty awful. All of them were men of their time, which makes them awful people. Every politician has problems in history, true. And there's problems, and then there's being awful. Yeah, and that's also true. I would say, if I had to pick which one of those, without really knowing their history, which is kind of the problem, right? I would say, in terms of which founding father I think had the most appeal, John Hancock. Yeah, the others ended up being leaders or presidents of the country, which is expected, right? If you found a new country, chances are the people supported you in doing that, and you succeeded, so chances are you can use that as a resume builder and be like, hey, I was a founding father, I signed the Declaration of Independence, vote for me for president, right? And that's bound to happen. But John Hancock was like, no, I'm making a statement. I want it to be known for all time that when I sign this Declaration of Independence, that none shall question nor doubt my commitment to this action that we are taking. And to me, that speaks highly. That appeals to me personally. John Hancock did have a great signature. And mine's terrible, so. I guess while I'm eating, we can actually
a lot of this
do
was
some
driven by
politics.
Electoral dynamics in France and Germany. The right actually underperformed the polls in a whole load of countries, including Belgium, Poland, and Sweden. In Italy, while Meloni's Fratelli d'Italia did impressively well with 29% of the vote, she mostly stole votes from other right-wing parties, and the combined vote share of Fratelli d'Italia and Lega was unchanged on 2019. However, the right did especially well in France and Germany. In France, Marine Le Pen's Rassemblement National won a 31% plurality, more than double that of Macron's Renaissance-led coalition, who only just beat the socialists. Macron's collapse also mostly explains why Renew lost so many seats, and the appalling results provoked him into calling snap elections, essentially daring the French electorate to actually put Le Pen in power. In Germany, not only did the centre-right Christian Democrats come first with a massive 30% plurality, but despite a series of scandals, the far-right AfD also came second, beating Scholz's Social Democrats by a couple of percentage points. This was a truly terrible night for Germany's governing coalition.
Wanted to talk about that. Thank you for indulging me with dinner. I appreciate that. I can actually last a little bit longer now. That's what she said. But to the point that was just made by the, what's this guy? What's his name? What's his channel name? TLDR News EU. The Germans are still very much so Catholic and very much so religious oriented in their politics, right? They don't have separation of church and state. I mean, they do, but they don't. It's a big part of their culture. But the alt-right became the second most powerful voting bloc in Germany. That's just concerning. They shouldn't. The only place they should ever come in is not on the ballot at all. Let's be honest. If there is one country in the world that should never, ever have an alt-right wing, whatever, it should be Germany. And the fact that it exists and that it is growing in prominence is terrifying and deeply concerning. And the fact that that French Nippon, I think, I remember that guy. He was trying to be a fascist in France in the early thousands, if I'm not mistaken. And the fact that his party is still riling things up in France is also deeply concerning. So, I don't know how much more we can say on that.
With all three parties losing significant ground on 2019.
It's like 90%, over 90%.
Outperformed the polls in a handful of European countries, including the Netherlands, Sweden, Denmark, and Finland. But their gains here were more than offset by the collapse of the French and German Greens, who both saw their vote share roughly halved compared to 2019. All in all, while the right definitely performed well, the aggregate number disguises some pretty significant intra-European variation, and the Parliament's wider fragmentation promises to make governing and choosing a new Commission president remarkably difficult. So subscribe to stay updated with the upcoming chaos. Now,
oh boy!
Now, understanding exactly what has or is going to happen here can be a little tricky, requiring you to evaluate lots of information from different, often partial sources. It would be sensible then to begin improving your critical thinking skills so that you can keep sharp and better understand what's going on. And well, our sponsor Brilliant.org can help you do just that. Brilliant is the online learning platform that's designed specifically to teach you everything from maths, data analysis, programming, and AI from the ground up. You don't need a fancy...
Okay, well, we don't need that. What do you think about people who removed founding parrot statue? I mean, honestly, I don't see a problem with it. Again, statues aren't history. History is history. And we've had problematic leaders. We've had problematic people in office. And when the time comes to remove those idols, those statues, those whatever you want to call them, those monoliths, to a time, then that's what needs to happen. I mean, it's the same thing with the Confederate statues. We're not erasing history. We're also not going to venerate traitors to this country. The fact that it's our history, it's like, yeah, your history of treason. Like, seceding from the Union is traitorous activity. Like, that is literally undermining the Constitution, the federal laws, everything the founding fathers fought for. And you're saying that's my heritage. Okay. Well, you better fly that white flag, because that's your heritage too. So, getting rid of statues, I don't think is a problem. I think we could certainly create museums all across the country to house those statues, to put the history to be a little bit more accessible and more interactive, to be sure. But removing them from public spaces, I don't see a problem with that. Yeah, anti-US. I would like to try Age of Empires again. Oh, server maintenance? No, because that's June. Let's see if it's loading, folks. We might be able to play Age of Empires. Look out. I'm going to see if it loads first before we switch, but we'll probably play a quick skirmish. I'll show you that I know how to play the game. But I'm not going to be beating the Viper anytime soon. That's oh, that challenge scenario, bro. That was actually kind of tricky. And actually, I don't know how long we're gonna last out here, but my sleep schedule is usually in bed by 8 or 9, so I've been trying to maintain a daytime sleep schedule, like a first shift sleep schedule, but I might be transitioning to a more late night sleep schedule, just to accommodate the streaming, since we are doing it in the evening, and it obviously is better to do it in the evening, because just like when I was eating dinner, you can watch the stream while eating dinner too. So let's see, do I play things like Call of Duty? Here's the thing. Am I against first-person shooter games? No. Do I play Call of Duty? Also no. But because I'm bad at first-person shooters. I did do Overwatch for a while there, and Destiny, and playing on the PlayStation internet network. Less of a problem, because everybody sucks on PlayStation Network. But when you get into PC first-person shooting gaming, oh my god. Those people are they're just a different animal. Like, they are on a different level. And I think I tried playing, like, I don't know, what's a game on here that I have that's a first-person shooter? Borderlands, but that's not like a PvP one. I think I actually did try playing Destiny. Yeah, I have... I guess I don't have it installed. I know I did at one point have Destiny installed, and I have XCOM installed, and I could install Destiny again, so that's not an issue. But yeah, I get smoked. I get smoked bad. Do I play chess? Also, yes, I do play chess. I'm probably one of the best players in my little friend groups. But if I had to give myself an ELO rating, I mean, I'd probably be mean, I don't know. We could certainly find out. But I'm good enough to play hard, not expert, I guess. Very excited for Black Ops 6. I have to try it. Well, I play on Steam in general. Like, so I'm a PC gamer now. I'm a filthy PC gamer. Now, granted, Black Ops might actually be on here. Black Ops 6. It is. Okay, well. For $70! So. Oh, it's coming out in October. I tell you what. If we end up getting enough subscribers on the channel to where I can afford a $70 game, I'll go ahead and download that and we can play some Black Ops together. Have you played Chess Online? No, I have not. I know that chess.com is an online way to play chess and a way to rank yourself and all this, that, and the other. I know that. But again, I personally have not engaged with that. I'm a filthy nerd. I like to play my 8-hour-long Civilization games, Heroes of Might and Magic scenarios, my 3-hour Age of Empires campaigns. Do you have a crap rating? I'd love to play against you. I think I'd win. Probably. You know what? That's fine. We don't have to play Age of Empires. Let's see. Chess.com, right? Play online. Oh, right there. Okay, so what? I just do chess.com, then apply, update my browser. Is it gonna let me? Okay, here we go. I'll play a computer just to show you guys that I'm not fantastic. 325, 675, 1400. I doubt. What's this guy? The Mechanical Turk? That makes me scared. That makes me scared. 800? 600. 400. 250. 1,000. I think I'm at 1,000. I'll play Emir. What is my favorite civilization? And what? Age of Empires or Civ? The Civ series or what? I would have to say with Age of Empires, my favorite ones to play is the Teutons and the Spanish and the Aztec for various reasons. The Teutons, that's what I grew up playing. The Spanish because conquistadors, baby. And the Aztecs because, man, that +4 benefit to the Imperial Eagle Warrior or the expert or whatever it's called, the Imperial Eagle Warrior, is disgusting. 1,000 is too high? Okay. Oh no. What do you think? I mean, I'm not a beginner, but okay. Let's do 700 then. We'll do 700. No help of any kind. And I'll be white, I guess. Oh, and if we're talking Civ, like Civilization Civs, I actually do enjoy playing as the Chinese and the Americans. Both of them are very easy to build across a continent and maintain technological supremacy. I found that Germany was fairly difficult, but the Sioux was, interestingly enough, an extremely powerful civilization as well. All right. So I get to go first. I never met Bobby Fischer. Thanks for asking. All right, so we're going to go right there. Knight to C3, baby. We'll go with that. Oh, is he going to do a mirror game? Okay. Let's go. All right, and I think if I just mess around with them for a little while. Okay. Put my knights out. Okay, so Bishop is threatening my knight. I guess I'll put my knight back here then. I'll do a knight trade. That's fine. Oh, no knight trade. Okay, so now he's going to try and split my boy right there, which is not too terribly worried about it. I was actually going to open up my bishop. Oh, crap. Here, you know what I need to do? I need to lock this position. Just need to figure out where that is. Okay, locking. Let's see. We'll just open up that area. I guess I'll get a free knight. And then I'll go ahead and split the queen and the rook. I mean, okay. Okay, well. It's a free bishop. We could trade queens, or we could take a pawn. And now I'm going to take the queen. I'll take that pawn. I'm going to take that pawn. And what's this boy doing? Probably trying to trap my bishop, if I had to guess. Bring the pawn up, I guess. So they castled. I'll threaten the rook. I will take the rook. What is this thing doing? Yikes. I thought I was bad. Dear Lord. I could probably even get away with sacrificing my queen just for the fun of it, but I don't really see the need to go through all that, so I'll let him come out. Let's see. Move the pawn, which will open up the bishop. Then the rook can't move anywhere because it'll be check. And then I will check the king. And then fairly... Nope, not mate. I am probably just going to go ahead and... Okay, I can put check. Then take the rook. Then check. And was that mate, or did he just give up? What? I didn't make a blunder. Hold on a second. What blunder did I make? You bastard. Oh, I have to make an account. I guess I can't. When did I make a blunder? Rude. Absolutely rude. So, yeah. I'm probably... I don't think that I'm... No thanks. Oh, what? Huh? Wait a minute. Does this mean I can only play one game? What? I guess instead of copying the account, I would, or the website, I would have to copy the window, right? I think that's how that would work. What? Let me log in, darn it. Not today. Sure. Not today. Not today. Save. Okay. Yeah. So what did you guys think of that? I didn't see any commentary on it. So, I mean, hopefully that means my stream is still going, because I know that's been a problem before. Oh, my. You can play online. So, wait, why didn't chat? Why didn't the chat scroll? Because I didn't see what you said, mate. You can play online. Interesting. All right, I'll play online then for now. I would call myself, after seeing me play like that, what would you call me? A beginner or an intermediate? So I don't think I'm advanced. Why isn't chat linking? What the hell? Ruben, it does not like you for some reason. Beginner. Okay. That kind of hurts my feelings, but I'll go to beginner then. Play as guest. Okay. Looks good to me. All right. Oh my, what? Wait a minute. What's with this time stuff? Oh, shit. Okay, well. This is going to be rough. Oh, we're both guests. Okay. Oh, and I'm white. Oh, crap. I don't know what I'm doing right now. I know this is the weakest pawn in the game. I know that. Which is weird why he did that, but hey. I'll just mosey on over there. Please feel free to critique my my chess skills. Although I guess my knight's pretty trapped right there, isn't he? Okay, so that makes sense. Let's see. What would I want to do next? That would be a knight trade, and then I would still have my bishop. Yeah, let's go with that. Rare to see politician plays. Yeah, that's funny, right? Because it used to be literally kings playing each other over the fate of their nation. I got back just in time to see how chess is really played. Yeah. 2 beginners playing online, baby. That's what we're seeing here today. Let's see. We'll go set ourselves up for the attack. Of course, I don't know how I'm going to get to this square just yet, but I'm happy to do that trade. That's fine. Gonna bait that pawn. Nobody as I grew up had a consistent base of rules on how to play. What do you mean? Chess is chess. It's been around for centuries. There is only one set of rules. That's kind of what makes chess chess. What were they trying to do? 3-dimensional Asgardian chess or something? Okay. Okay. So I'm going to take that pawn. One person would say, do this. Somebody else would disagree. Yeah, okay, that's fair. The peanut gallery. I'll go ahead and check. Did I just checkmate him? No, because, okay, no, because he would have to sacrifice a queen. That would have been funny, though. That would have been funny if that had been checkmate. I'm not going to lie. I used to play chess with my dad. I haven't played since I was a kid. Julius Caesar had same rules when played chess. You know what? Maybe. Oh, you know what would be funny? Okay. Either he's going to take this pawn or he's going to take my bishop. But if he doesn't take this pawn, I'm going to get a queen. If he takes the pawn, I take his rook. I can sacrifice a bishop, but I'm going to get something good up here. Oh, and I just realized I can take his rook anyway. How long could I have done that for now? I'm stupid. Oh, old Julius, huh? So what, this game has been around since the Roman ages? That's impressive. I'm guessing that was a blunder on my part, because it's asterisked. Well, guest 782-537-7031 is thinking. Oh, wait, yeah, no, it's not a problem yet. It's not a problem yet. Could be a problem. Older than that, people say. Yeah, and then there's the Egyptian games, which, by the way, my name is SaSeshen, which is Egyptian for... Somebody type it in real quick. I'll type it in. Guardian of Rebirth. Let's see. So he can take my pawn, or I can take his bishop. He'll probably take the pawn. I mean, let's be honest. I don't want to time him out, but you don't know who you're messing with there, friend. Ooh, I didn't even notice that, to be perfectly honest. You know what? Maybe you were right. Maybe I am 100% a beginner at this game. We'll go ahead and play down here. I could still take his bishop, and I know trading knights isn't always like the best thing to do, but we'll see. And would he trade a queen with me too? I don't know. I wouldn't want to necessarily trade a queen, but we'll see. If I put him in check, what does that get me? For now, not much. But if I can take a pawn away from him, that would be nice. And his rook is kind of effectively stuck there. Not that it can go anywhere else, really. It would take 2 moves just to move it out. It would take, what? 1, 2, 3, 4 moves just to get out of that. And then what is he going to do, right? So I've effectively blocked his rook, which is cool. He's effectively blocked my second queen, which isn't cool. Or they. Could be a girl. Could be a girl. You never know. I could take the bishop and just have fun with that. Do a queen trade, but I'd rather not do that. I'd rather not trade queens, if at all possible. And obviously, I don't have to, so. What I could do... So if I threaten the rook here, that's not going to do him any good, because he'll just take the pawn, right? Again, bishop, that doesn't do me any good. That, I lose the knight. Oh, did not see that. Oh, that sucks. 'Tis mighty unfortunate. So at least I can put him in check. I'd like to play against you next game. For the record, I am rated 900, so just average. Okay. I made a blunder, though. So we're probably along the same lines. I would really like to not lose that pawn, if at all possible. Why don't we try something silly? We'll put the queen here, protecting the pawn. We'll threaten the rook. Ah, damn, because now the queen's free. Ah. It was a good idea for a second there. But hey, if the queen's free and I lose a queen and gain a queen, it doesn't really matter, does it? And he'd have no choice. I mean, he would literally have no choice. So he's losing the rook. That's happening. This rook is dead. Nada. Just got him. Yeah, no. That rook is gone, and I'm going to get a queen regardless. I will still have a queen when all is said and done here. So I think this is good. And I think they, guest 7825377031, is aware of that. And he be a thinking. Which is fair. I mean, think that's... And I haven't even moved my stuff yet. I've been trying to. And he's got some good defense up here. I mean, I can't do squat with his pawns. Bishop's all over the place. So yeah, if I put the bishop here, he has nowhere to go. Like, this rook is gone. That rook is dead. It's a question of, what's he going to do? What's he going to do about it? Does he think he can still win without the rook and the queen? Because he's losing it. Well, actually, no, he's going to have to. He's going to have to take... He's going to have to lose this queen in some way, form, or fashion. That's also going to happen. Oh, but you know what he could do? Which I don't want him to do. He could just take my pawn. He could just take the pawn and be done with it, right? That's still an option, unfortunately. I guess we'll see. I mean, honestly, if I was in his situation, I'd probably just take the pawn, lose the rook, and be like, well, at least he's not going to have two queens, and I'm not going to have to lose a queen. Yeah, I might have him on time for sure. I mean, I haven't ever played with time, but hey, maybe it's not as egregious as it looks. But then again, I'm also not playing Carl Magnuson. And Bobby Fischer and all them folk, right? Okay, so he's, yep. I'll take the queen, thank you. Yeah, and then we do the trade. Now, granted, I did all that. And it's not like I have him in checkmate or anything. But it felt good, all right? It felt good, guys. Chat, it felt good. Isn't that what streamers are supposed to say? Let's go! 4 blunders? Piss off. Game review is currently not working. Okay. I guess we'll do... Oh, whoa! We got stuff. It did, and it said it wasn't able to load. Probably because I'm logged in on my computer, but not on this particular screen. Wow, you're still on. I just got out of work. Yeah, well, you know, throat's doing well. I was able to take dinner. People weren't unhappy with that. Or the fake chess player that guy came up with in that Seinfeld episode when George interviewed candidates for the scholarship. Yeah. So if I do a new 10 minutes and I won that game, am I still at 800? Oh, I'm still at 800. Why am I white again? He did the devil's... Never mind. I'm not going to mock chess. Let's see. Just want to make sure we're all good here. Bro, what are you doing? You just gave me a free pawn. And honestly, this is that 4-move checkmate thing that they always warn you about. Like, dude, I have entirely too much to protect myself with here. What are you doing? Sir. All right, that's the weakest. Don't do that. There we go. Buddy. I don't know what to tell you, but... the mighty castle. Back in my day. Oh, he's not gonna like... Wow. What I could do. He's still not gonna like it. Oh, yeah, because then that would happen. Let's see. I'm actually a fan of trading knights, to be perfectly honest. I know that's not the cool kids thing to do, the mighty and powerful chess god thing to do. Thought I saw something there. I'm gonna just go ahead and trade knights. That's fine. I'm happy with that. I'm not unhappy that you ate. Nobody needs to be hungry on stream. Yeah, well, you know, but it's getting late and all that fun stuff. Oh, what? He did not take my pawn. Or my knight. This guy actually is a beginner. Okay. Then let's see. If I put him back here, bishop takes knight, pawn takes bishop. Queen comes down, takes pawn. Then I don't have knights. If I put knight there, I can survive. If I put knight literally anywhere else, he'd be dying. Okay. I'll keep him around. Why not? Let's play a lot. Let's just do it a little better. That's why beginner. Okay. Oh, what did he do? Wow, that was sneaky. Dang, he got me. He got me on that. But I guess he's just gonna have to take that knight. That's fine. You know, if you think about it, with the only colors of chess being white and black, it's like seeing things in black and white, no gray area. It's true. I can corner his bishop. That's not what I was going for, though. What I am going for, however, is moving that knight out of the way. What did you eat? I couldn't tell what you were eating. I was eating chicken and mashed potatoes made by Chef Boy or me. And it was delicious. Because I've learned how to finally cook things that don't give me food poisoning. Holy crap, I spent more time thinking than him? Lame. Okay, that's almost what I wanted to do anyway. So I'll take his knight. Okay, ad break in 30 seconds. Go figure. We'll still be here, folks. Don't worry. Not worried about losing my knight, because what I'm actually... Son of a bitch. I put my pawn in the way. I guess I could castle out of that, huh? How do you castle in this game? Okay. That's fine. Just need to move up. Go ahead, take the pawn. It's all yours. I don't need it. Don't want it. I mean, because we're playing a beginner game, I feel like I can be aggressive and wasteful. But maybe he's going to lull me into a false sense of security. Like that. It's going to take this move, one move, and another move to get checkmate. Let's see if he figures it out. Try rice next time. Yeah, I have never successfully cooked rice ever in my life. I always burn it to the bottom of the pan. It ends up being burned. It's too thick, too dry. I have never once succeeded in cooking rice. You're more than welcome to come over though and help me and show me. Really? Oh, is he gonna? It's too late to stop this, I think. How do I bluff him, I guess, is the next question. Does he know what I'm doing? I don't think he does. Yeah, dude, I'm not a great cook. I'm not gonna lie. I relied heavily on like meals ready to eat for a while there, but then that was like $13 a meal, and that's expensive. So chicken and mashed potatoes gives me the calories I need. Are you kidding me? Before I get all cocky, I'm pretty sure this is mate. I don't think there's a damn thing you can do about this. Yeah. So. Okay, I get it. 5 blunders. Which is true. I did make a blunder. We definitely saw that. I'm definitely. I mean, I think if I were to really play and really try and really think about it, I'd probably be around 1,000, maybe 1,200 at best on a good day. But like, if I actually looked up the ELO rankings, it's logarithmic, right? Or is it parabolic? No, it's logarithmic, not parabolic, right? So if it's logarithmic, that means it's really easy to get into the thousands. And then once you start getting into the upper thousands and the twos, that's when it starts teetering off. And I know that there are good players in chess, and I know I am not them. I do not study this game. I do not know the gambits or the openings or on. You know why I open up with chess or with the knight to there and to there? Because it's fun. You want to know why I play around with the knight until I lose it? Because it's fun. I think ahead a little bit, but that wasn't like this grandmaster. In 17 moves, I know I'm going to get checkmate. And I wasn't even confident I would have gotten checkmate there. So I'd say on a good day, I'm at 1,200. On a good day. And if if it's a curve like that. But playing against, beginner levels, I'd like to think I'm more intermediate than beginner, but it is what it is. But it is 8 o'clock. That's a 4-hour stream, folks. We did good. We made it through 4 hours. I think that's my throat's still somewhat intact. Yeah, Fischer's the only American world champion, right? Everybody else is well, actually wait, I thought oh, now I don't remember his name. The Asian guy. Top chess players world. Hikaru. He's United States. Hikaru Nakamura was born in 1987 in Japan. He moved to the United States when he was just 2 years old. So, America! America! And then, let's see, Fabiano Caruana, he's United States. Wesley So, United States. Lenier Dominguez Perez, also United States. Ding Loren dropped a lot after his loss. That's unfortunate. Levon Aronian, also American. So we have quite a few people in the top 25. Oh, wait, you said American world champion. Wow, that's unfortunate. Are you telling me that I'd lose in a chess match against Andrew Tate of all people? That's... That makes me mad, actually. Nah, that makes me mad. Yeah. But the other reason why is because I see the background's getting a little fuzzy. I'm being sucked back into the Matrix. But I think we had a very solid stream. We got to play a little bit of chess. That did not end up taking any of the streaming bitrate, which was nice. And I didn't embarrass myself on Age of Empires, so that's good too. And I won both of my chess matches, which means I'm definitely fit to be the future president. So on that note, everybody, thanks for coming along. Thanks for joining the stream. Appreciate the banter. Thank you for not letting me embarrass myself online. And maybe we'll try pushing 4-hour streams. I don't know. It's really going to depend on how I feel. By that, I mean my throat and how hungry I am. So on that note, see you tomorrow at 4, which I guess was on the other screen. Maybe I should put it on here too. Anyway, see you tomorrow at 4. We will pick up on current events. And yeah, you guys have a good rest of your night. Take care.